and shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's kick it real, man. Let's keep it real. Let's kick it and shit. You know what I'm saying? Let's kick it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Love, how you doing?
Oh, you're fine. I just saw where you called. Is everything okay?
How you guys doing tonight?
Yeah.
You kicking it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it was a song that D.M. Warwick sang.
Why do you say
You know, when I come up with these titles, it's like if I ever had a restaurant. It's like I don't put like a lot of stock in like naming things. You know what I mean?
67.
If I had a boat, you could name it for me. I mean, you know what I mean? It just, you got to put something up there in the title. Oh, keeping in touch with the whole. Yeah, how's that? Is anybody seeing it anywhere? It's beautiful, clear night here tonight. Yeah, but D.M. Warwick sang a song too. What's it all about, Alfie?
They call me, and you know at the top of that dial is missing the
Yeah.
little,
It's a movie too they made out of it.
in there, and he said, "Look, I'm not going to
Are the Northern Lights doing their thing right now? I'll go out and look because it's a beautiful, clear night. But we have really tall trees. Really tall trees. Yeah, I don't know if you can see it or not. Yeah. I didn't tell anybody I was doing a live tonight. Now, did you guys get a notice, or did you just happen to be on looking around?
But if you look at all the 5513s,
Come on up. Let's get down. Know what I'm saying?
And watch it. I don't see the difference, but I mean, there's
Let's kick it.
difference.
Let's kick it.
That's right.
I came on a little earlier.
No. That's it. That's exactly right. Yeah. I wish I had $1 for every time I bought some shit that wasn't right. Yeah. Well, listen. Hey, did you do good today? Oh. All right. Well, I may see you tomorrow. I don't know. My mom, I may take her up there for Mother's Day and buy her something if she wants to. I'll catch up with you. Y'all be safe. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, because look, I'm on the fence about that thing anyway. So just
Let's
do
kick
what
it.
you can. Yeah, I don't know what the watch is saying. I really don't.
Did I get Stephanie's? Yeah, okay, good. I think I got them all.
Yeah, and you're probably right.
Yeah, let's kick it. You know what I'm saying? Want to come up, James? Party? Let's party tonight.
Well,
Let's talk about powers.
you guys tomorrow.
Oh, what happened? Oh, can you talk about it? I've seen them before. Mary sees them really good where she's at. Oh, it vibrated. Oh, that's awesome. I hear the deer out there
Well,
making noises.
I only wanted 7, but I told
No,
him
I'm the same way. I'm the same way.
raise the price a little bit, he could. So
All right.
the real number
Sounds like an ATV going down.
65, and somebody will pay that. Somebody. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Good job. Good job. All right. Good job. Good job.
Is that somebody?
That's an ATV going down the road. Probably that Clint. Let's kick it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, what happened there? My managers got fired. Oh, wow. Oh, that's interesting. Wonder if they caught him stealing or something. She's doing a good job, though. Daisy, good job. Great job, but it's over, hon. It's over. You know, that's a policy a lot of places when they did that when they fired the temporary CEO when I was living up in West Branch. Oh, wow, that's crazy. Drama. Hey, JDS, how are you? I got 3 good beers tonight. Now, I tried this. It's not as good. Guy talked me into it, which I didn't mind. Should be as good as it isn't. It's just not. These fucking glasses aren't working. What's it all about, Alfie? Yeah. Oh, made you nervous? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what you mean, but I've known of that happening like quite a few times in my life. That's protocol. You bring a security guard, you go up to whoever you're canning. You don't give them an opportunity to, erase a hard drive or something. Probably, if I had to guess, money missing. I like that, but I'm not an ale fan. And it's not as good. I like stout. It's funny. I don't see that up here very often. I do like that, though. Trappist monks. Planet of the Apes. Just watch Daryl Hall sing. I think to myself, the Planet of the Apes, I didn't know they could sing. Daryl Hall, John Oates. John Oates says he's moving on. Has no ill will, and tells Daryl to quit calling him. Got a couple Jew lawyers on it. Yeah, keep us posted on the situation. Just plead the fifth, stay out of it. Use your God-given talent of just like acting like you don't know what's going on. Don't be alarming the passengers in the van. Just like be cool, breathe out, find your chi, your chai. Drink your chai, find your chi, blow out. Trappist monk Buddhism. Yeah. I did get rid of it. Finally got rid of it, yeah. I could have got rid of it a long time ago. I'm just like lazy. I'm trying to antidepressant my way out of it. Yeah, but my enemy, that's life. That's life. I like John Oates. I think he's a good guy. I mean, I let him walk across the street to see him play his music. I mean, let's face it, Daryl Hall, that's what got the thing going. Same with Simon and Garfunkel. I mean, Art Garfunkel couldn't get a fucking job ever since Paul got tired of his Jufro. Yeah, you kind of just hate to see it, but this is how it is nowadays. If I had to guess, Daryl Hall got good investments and did well, and he's got that thing over at his house. And for all we know, John Oates spent all his on meth. You don't know, and he needs the money. So, yeah, but really, I mean, it's not my business, but I would really like to know. Like, I just bought that big, giant book on Jim Morrison. The Jim Morrison compilation. Did you see it yesterday? Hardcover, $50. And it's all his notes, all his journals, all his lyrics, all his notes when he was in film school at UCLA. And the reason that I did that really is I'm interested in it, of course, But I'm particularly interested in the things that weren't ever made into songs that were linked to the movies to just confirm my suspicions, which were proved out along the years, that, of course, Jim Morrison was everything in the band. This Robbie Krieger and the drummer and that percussionist, they haven't done jack shit other than play old Doors songs. Now, if they were co-writers, why haven't they come up with one song worth of shit? No, I like Jim Morrison. I thought he was really good. Yeah. And he's dead, EJC, in case you didn't know that. Hello. Yeah, so I thought that I'm curious about these writings and if they're connected to prior lyrics and other songs. Oh, isn't that cool? I mean, for 5 years. I mean, they were only around 5 years. Is there a page of gold in their book? Seriously, there are books that are... That's not bad. It's a huge, giant book. Do you want to see it? You want me to show it to you? I'll show it to you if you want to see it. Matter of fact, there's a thing that fell out of it that was on the floor today that when I opened it. Hey, Michael, how you doing? How's it going? But I'm really, just for some weird, quirky reason, just like Black Vultures. Okay, I'll show it to you. Just like Black Vultures, I want to check out the methodology in compiling lyrics on other stuff that wasn't published and made into songs. So let me get it. Good job. Great job. Good girl. When I got 10% off, it was $45. Please be quiet. Please be quiet. Shh.
Put her in here on the bed.
She's doing her job. I don't want to like get in her ass for barking. Then we go out there someday and all of our tires are flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or your truck is missing.
Yeah. Like a windshield smashed in.
Look, she's like, fuck you, I'm taking care of it.
She's taking care of business. That's a good girl. You are very good at what you do. You want to go out and fuck with them. Oh, good girl. She's in a good mood. Nervously chomping at Chewy. Good girl. Good girl. That is a good girl. You do a great job of watching the house. Come on, baby, light my fire. Try to set the night on fire. Big, thick, huge book. Can you see it? Yeah, me too. And let me get you this. Here, let me show you this. Big book. It's I'm on Barnes and Noble to stay in business too. I'm not one of these guys that bitches about everybody going out of business and then you don't fucking buy your shit there. You get it used on Amazon. I think it's about, let me see. Damn, I gotta get it. It's about 600 pages. Now here's this. Come on, baby, light my fire. Can you read this? Can you see this? God, I feel like Chris. Yeah, it says, here it is right here. It says, published and unpublished work of a vast selection of notebook writings. The transcript, rare photographs, and production notes of Morrison's final poetry recording interested me too. The Paris Notebook, possibly his final journal, reproduced in full. Excerpts from notebooks kept during the 1970 Miami trial. The shooting script and color stills from the unreleased film Highway. Complete published and unpublished song lyrics accompanied by numerous drafts in Morrison's band. Epilogue, as I look back, a compelling autobiography in poem form. Family photographs as well as images of Morrison during the years as a performer. Forward by Tom Robbins, introduction and notes by editor Frank Lisciandro, and provide insight to the work. Prologue by Ann Morrison, chewing his sister, who seems like a top-notch first-class lady. James Douglas Morrison, 1943 to 1971. It's got all his notes, all that. Can't wait, look at that. Come on, baby, light my fire. 600 almost. Come on, baby, light my fire. I'm going to light Stephanie's fire when she gets down here. Try to let the snot on fire. I can sing tonight for you if you want. It's a Jim Morrison song. It's kind of add to the whole thing. Okay, now, let's see. Who is this? Now, is there somebody on here? I can't tell who this is. Looks like some weirdo here. Somebody, who is this showing this heart? I think it's an enemy. Looks like this fucking crazy SG. Hey, who is this? Type your name on here. Come on, baby, light my fire.
Hello.
Hey, stupid fucker.
Hey.
It didn't look like you.
I'm driving right now, but I just wanted to at least come on here and say I love Jim Morrison. So
Oh, you do?
I was excited to hear. Yeah, I like the Doors.
Oh, good. Where are you going?
Oh, I'm just on my way home. Yeah,
Oh.
I saw you were talking about Jim Morrison. I'm like, I want to get up there, but it's dark tonight. Well, tonight you can see the northern lights.
Well, can you actually see them? You may be going to see them.
Well, they said like Michigan. I mean, there's a lot of overcast here, so I don't know if there's going to be a time when it'll clear up.
Yeah, it's clear here.
Well, I think they said you can see them like up to like South Carolina, so I don't know if you're too far south to.
No, they said they're saying on the news you can see them.
Really, even in Georgia? Okay.
Yeah, but I'm not really looking.
All right.
I got shit to do. What time are you getting home?
I don't know. I should be home in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, well, come on when you get home.
All right.
Hey, did you think Jim Morrison was good looking?
Yeah, I mean, for his generation and everything, like he was a good looking guy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
He was attractive.
Yeah.
You can't sit here and say Jim Morrison was ugly. I mean,
no, but I'll tell you, for the short life that he lived, it didn't take long from him like being like a model looking guy to a druggie. Towards the end there, he was looking like a homeless.
I mean, you know how it is seeing it firsthand when you were.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm just saying that he didn't, for his age, you could tell he was like using something.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that was back when drugs were really popular. I mean, like it was almost normal. Like if you didn't smoke pot back then, like you were the.
Yeah, but I don't think that's pot what made him look like that. Look at Willie Nelson.
No, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, drugs were like it was very commonplace. It was more commonplace than it is today. I mean,
Tribbles has mentioned Val. I remember women talking about Val Kilmer. Boy, he surely didn't age very well.
Yeah, there's a couple people that I don't think really, they just went down this path, and it was very.
But I think he had esophageal cancer too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I mean, he looks super old. I've noticed these younger people that get any kind of cancer. I've got a nephew, and my doctor actually is only like 38. And he had Hodgkin's lymphoma, and man, that guy looks like, and he's been over it or in remission for like 8 years or something.
Yeah.
That guy looks 55 years old. It just does something to you.
Well, I saw this one lady, and she was in her 30s. She got cancer. She had 5 kids. She has 5 kids. And she got cancer really bad. But you know what's weird? is she went through all the chemo, getting sick all the time. You know, she went through all of that.
Yeah.
But when she came out of it, she didn't look like it aged her all that much. Maybe a little bit. But I was surprised because of everything that she had to go through, that she looks as decent, because what it does is it puts your body through, you know.
Well, the whole goal is to kill more bad cells than good.
Right,
you would
but you
think
know
that
how,
you think once you were like considered in remission, that you would, you know, new cells would replace them, and they look old.
well,
you know, I had a priest buddy. Of course, he was an older guy, but he was like he looked like Robert De Niro type guy, right? Even at 70, he was just one of those guys with good genes.
Uh-huh.
And I had to go out of town for a couple of weeks. I'd take him to his chemotherapy appointments and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I, maybe the second week into it, I had to go out of town for a couple of weeks. And when I came back, I was picking him up in front of this condo, and, you know, I didn't even recognize him. Not kidding you. And I had every clue in the world, you know, the address, the condo. It's like, who's that? And it was him. Yeah, it definitely.
I mean, they said, well, here's the deal too. Like after around the age of 28 years old, your body doesn't replenish the cells like it used to.
No, I know.
That's when the aging So before that age, your body is actually creating more and more good cells. And then once you hit around that age, that's when the aging process actually starts. Obviously it's slow, like, you know what I mean? It's not like, oh, when I hit 20, you know, to 29, I'm gonna look, but that's actually when the aging process for human beings really starts to slowly get there.
Yeah. JDS says men generally a lot of men get better looking as they age. You know, I've read that a lot. Do you think there's anything to that, Michelle?
Hormones.
Do you think they look better as they age or not?
Some do. I've seen some not so much. I think same thing with women. I mean, I've seen some women age real great.
Yeah. But I think, like, even with men, women, that good, tight, but great body, that doesn't last that long, no matter what kind of shape you keep yourself in. You know, a lot of people say I weigh the same now at 58 as I did in high school. You do, but I guarantee you the muscle-fat ratio is way different.
Yeah.
You lose a lot of muscle. I mean, I haven't, but I'm just a freak of nature. Other men do, though.
My father has a ton of muscle mass for his age. My dad's built like a freaking, for 70 years old. I'm like, his legs, just everything. Like, he has a lot of, I don't know. Yeah.
Huh. That's crazy. Did you work? Did you work today?
No, not today.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, my father has muscle mass like you wouldn't believe for his age.
Maybe he's taking extra testosterone.
No, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird how some people like age really well and so others don't.
Others get plastic surgery?
Well, I think that helps. I mean, you look at all these commercials for like Botox and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think, Miami. That'd be my guess. Yeah, I think you're right. You look at all these older bodybuilders, same thing. You know, it got to be the amount of testosterone they're taking. It's got to be like crazy. That can't be good for you.
No.
You know. I'm going to take some when Stephanie comes down.
I'm in deer country right now, so I'm a little nervous. I hate driving at night around this area because it's like A lot of parks and forests around here.
Yeah. Remember when one takes off in front of you, there's probably one near it.
Oh, of course. I know that.
Yeah.
But
I
I
see
mean,
them all the time here.
even with the deer here are big. Like I went when I was in the South for a little bit. I couldn't believe how small the deer were, and then I went to ask a couple people, and they're like, "No, that's a full grown." I'm like, "Really?"
They're the same size here as they were in Michigan.
That's weird.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought they'd be a lot smaller.
Some of them are.
Yeah. I don't know if the Northern Lights are out there or not. Oh yeah, JDS, yeah, Botox for men. I see they're showing like a couple plain guys that they say they look in the mirror and they lose. It's the same way they sell men on hair replacements. They go in, those guys who think that's why they're not getting laid more because they're going bald. And then they talk them into like a loss of confidence. And, once you get this hair, you're going to be beating women off. Yeah, okay. But I mean, it's a perfect setup to sucker guys in there to drop a ton of money on
Getting hair.
Yeah.
You know what? Like hair to me is more of like a feminine thing.
Really?
So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of attractive men with lots of hair, but I mean,
do you like those guys like Robin Williams that had hair everywhere?
no, I mean, like, I was not a person that liked a lot of hair, like, even if it's like hair on your head, like I mean, okay, I'm not going to say that men are attractive either way, but I don't know. Like I worked with a bunch of men and a lot of them would tell me about their insecurities about their lack of hair. And I would always say, and it wasn't me trying to hit on them or anything, but it was just like, but you're a man. Like most men, by the time they hit a certain age, are starting to go that way anyways. Now, if it was a woman losing her hair, I could definitely see more of an insecurity about that. But I said, listen up, guys. I'm like, it just means you have more testosterone. I was just trying to make them feel a little bit better. But like, it just surprised me how insecure men were losing their hair.
Well, that's because you were getting hit on all the time and you didn't know what it was like for them to like get rejected. But nobody comes up and they all you know is they're uninterested and you're assuming it's because of your hair.
Okay. Yeah, like I would always talk to the guys. I'd be like, look, they would wear hats and stuff and all the time. And I'm like, why are you wearing, it's hot, like it would be like a summer day, it was a physical job and here they are, and I'm just like, and then they would take off their hat and they would show me,
I feel like chilly though. Like even like now it's like 67. I got the doors open.
Yeah.
If I don't like have a hat on my head, I feel like chilly.
Well, no, I mean, I understand like if it's like cold, but a lot of the guys confided in me. They took off their hats and they're like, well, they would point to like their bald spot or whatever. And I was like, I don't know. I mean, like, I never met a woman who was like, oh yeah, I really like that guy and his thick hair. That's not like the first thing a woman really says about a guy either way. They're not like, I mean, to each their own, but like there's actually a statistic that's like once you hit like 40 or 50, like a majority of men start losing, they start going bald.
But you'll see in dating profiles and stuff like that where women say no bald men.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it's their preference. I mean, everyone I guess has a preference, but I don't think that, I don't know. It would be different if a woman, right, Tom? Like, so would you date a bald woman?
No.
Wouldn't you think that would be weird? Right. So, I mean, I think usually I associate long hair, with women anyways. Like, I don't want a guy who has long hair. Like, maybe some do. That's fine,
Yeah. Stephanie was like that when she was younger. Would it turn you off for the guy to have like a missing index finger?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I never thought about
How about a
it.
missing leg?
If they were missing a leg,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
He had a fake leg.
I men like that. Like is I mean, we're talking like I don't know.
Yeah, if
As
you've
long
been a
as
really hot guy and he unscrewed his leg when you went to the hotel room, would that turn you off?
I I mean, if I didn't know and like I might. I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say
You think it's possible he could survive it?
that he could survive what.
Yeah, you having an interest in him missing a leg.
Um,
I mean, where do you draw the line? How about just a fucking torso?
Tom, knock it off.
No, but this is interesting to me. Like JDS said, a missing finger wouldn't be a deal breaker. I don't know why, but I mean, it's not like, I'm some fucking hunk looking for the perfect female specimen. But I've met some women like had missing fingers or I caught it in a fucking blender or some shit. And I just, I couldn't, it bothered me. I was fucked up. I know. I don't know why you think the things you do, but I just like, I don't know. I just didn't really like it. How about a big hair lip?
No, yeah, that's kind of. I don't like that. Yeah.
We're getting somewhere.
Mhm.
I mean, I'll just wheel in a torso. It's like, here you go, Michelle. Oh,
Oh,
wow, this is
shut up,
great.
Tom. You're
Thanks for
an
bringing it
ass.
up. I didn't even notice.
Stop
You
being,
went on 2 dates and you didn't even have arms or legs.
off. You're such a jerk. No.
A quad? No, I would not. No, what, Michelle? I mean, it's a possibility. You don't, and that's good though. I mean, this is where I think some of your problems may have arisen in your life. Is these guys meet you and you're like friendly to them, and they're fucking. You picking them up off the floor because they have no legs at
Shut up,
McDonald's,
Tom.
and you're friendly and like this isn't a big deal to you, and they're just not used to that. I mean, it's a good way to be. I wish I was like more like that.
I mean, like, what would be a deal breaker for you, Tom, in a woman?
Well,
What
I
would you
think
put? What would you
the
put on
missing
your?
leg, arms. I mean, if I don't like a missing finger, I mean, I don't even let it get to the missing arms and legs. How about a guy with a patch over his eye, missing an eye?
No, I wouldn't like that for some reason because they kind of remind me of like a pirate almost.
Yeah,
You know what I
I sure
mean?
would,
Like,
right? Lost his leg and his depression was real, and I'm sure he felt inadequate. Well, look at the song that I don't know if he wrote it, but he sang it, and that was Kenny Rogers' "Ruby," where she goes out and wants to get banged because he's a paraplegic, I think. It's a super sad song. If you've never listened to the lyrics of Ruby, I bet I didn't even start listening to lyrics songs till I was like 40. It's weird. Hey, Dominic. And now I listen to them, and it's like, wow, it's like a whole different, like Ruby is an example. I bet I heard that song 10,000 times, didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. You're kind of singing along, and that's cool, Ruby,
I
And
think you're
then you
hilarious.
listen to it, and it's like, holy shit, this is super sad.
I think you're hilarious, Tom, asking me what would be a deal breaker. Well, how about if I just wheel the torso out? Would you be okay
Yeah, but you
with
see, I
it?
mean, no matter what
I
I
mean,
like lay on you, it's like,
no. Well, the
no,
thing is
absolutely not,
no. Well, like the thing is it's like I don't know. I mean, like I never really thought about it. Like I've never been in that kind of like dating world where I was like, I
Yeah.
made a dating profile and was like, I want a guy. He has to have blonde hair and blue eyes, and he has to be like 6 foot tall,
Would you
and
date a
he has to be
midget?
like, no.
Okay, we're getting somewhere. And why is that?
I think it would just be too, I don't know, just like too kind of like weird. Like,
Would it turn you off? I
would
mean,
it?
like Stephanie in her heyday, she liked going to those stripper things, the Chippendales and stuff like that.
Right.
I mean, would you think women anybody show up to those fucking things if they had midget night?
Probably not. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah. I mean, and I guess I kind of think along those lines with, missing fingers and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was this one. I remember there was a guy that I went to school with, and he had one of his hands was just deformed at birth. Like, so
Hmm.
it was
Hmm.
like he had like a deformed hand.
Yeah.
But like I never noticed it until somebody actually pointed it out to me.
Yeah.
Like I would, he was an attractive guy, but I never noticed it till somebody was like,
Yeah.
they said something. I was like, wow, like it's just weird. Like,
Yeah. Would you have dated him
yeah,
with a deformed hand?
not so much after I learned about that. I was just kind of like, oh, okay,
All
well.
right. What if a guy just had like one 10-inch finger?
What if a guy had like two noses and like an eyeball in his forehead? Would you date him then, Michelle? Like,
No,
what? I
don't put
mean,
that. Don't
you're being such an ass.
don't put that in the same category as one
Oh, okay.
10-inch finger. You'd be like, oh yeah, it's just kind of a deal breaker. It's like, Michelle, I want to set you up with a guy. It's like he's got a deformed hand. It's like, nah, I don't think so. And it's like, oh, like what's his deformity? It said, well, it's one big long 10-inch finger. And then you go to like you'd be drinking, have a couple beers, and it's like, well, is it his left hand or his right?
After like 20 shots, well, I mean,
Yeah,
like, does he have a
yeah.
hand?
Yeah. I was at a damn when I was living down in Florida, I had season tickets to the CBA at the time. It was West Palm Beach Beach Dogs. They were guys that didn't make it in the NBA, but they were close. Good college players, that kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
And Manute Bol was on the team for a while. He was like 7'4". I don't know if any of you remember him. It's like from Guyana or Uganda. Fuck, I don't know where he was from. And there was a guy sitting next to me that I used to joke with and shit. And I said to him during halftime, I bet the girls and wherever the fuck he was from Guyana that he finger fucked her still in intensive care. And that guy got mad. He didn't think it was
Jeez.
funny at all. I mean, this motherfucker had like fingers that looked like fucking oars. 7'4". I'm real skinny and lanky. Look him up, Manute Bol.
It's crazy.
Yeah, he didn't like that. He didn't like it at all. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure it was that. I said something about fat girls too, right before that, so it could have been that. I'm not sure. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, I was just kidding.
Well, I mean, you said before that you had a preference when dating, like you didn't find black girls attractive.
No,
So I
not
mean,
at all.
everyone has
I don't. And it is,
everyone.
people are so stupid. Yeah, it's funny. JDS says that a lot of women pay attention to men's hands.
It would
I
well,
mean,
it
like
would.
dirt under the fingernails, that kind of shit, or just the size of them. Yeah, you're right, my enemy. I
I
think he
think
was gay too.
I think everybody is attracted to different things about different people. Like
Yeah, I mean,
somebody might find, like, for instance, somebody might find an attractive feature
yeah,
on one
right.
man and might find an attractive feature on another man.
Yeah, it's
You,
just like different sex partners. You do different things with them.
I mean, like,
Weird.
you might find one guy who's really tall attractive, and then you might find maybe a shorter guy, but he has different features that might be attractive to you. I mean, like, I think, I don't know.
If you were just throwing something out there,
Yeah.
and you put a percentage, it's 100%, right? Like a piece of pie.
Okay.
Just throwing something out there. What kind of percentage would you put on looks compared to physical attributes, like looks compared to personality? How much of the pie would personality be, and how much will be left for looks?
I think it would be mostly on how he treats me and everything else. I mean, like, yeah, you want someone with like some kind of personality either way, but um I think what it really comes down to is how he's gonna
trait me and like how our future is going to be together. I don't just because somebody's attractive
You
doesn't
mean
mean.
now JDS said 30% on looks. So where would you put looks in the pie?
I mean, looks are. I mean, like you got to have something
Yeah,
there.
I think I agree with
You know
EJ.
what
Yeah.
you can't. Like I got to be attracted to you somehow.
Yeah.
Looks wise. I
Have you
mean,
met people that you weren't attracted to, then you got to know them and you were attracted to them?
yes.
Okay. Huh.
But
I've
I
had that
mean, like like I said, what it comes down to, if you're looking for something like a long-term serious thing, then
happen.
there's certain qualities as a person that you're going to want to look for in the other, you're going to want to test them a little bit
Yeah, but
in the beginning.
in the real world, I mean, who's getting everything? They're checking every box on the looks and they're checking every box on the personality. I mean, I suppose it happens, but people say they don't settle. Fuck, if you didn't settle in some kind of way, and they didn't settle either, fucking nobody'd ever get married, other than gold diggers and movie stars and shit like that. There's always something missing, but there's always something that could like super make up for it too.
Right. Well, like
Like
the
like
thing with
Linda
me is
Lovelace blowjobs as an example.
I think it's like how a man can treat me. If he treats me good, then, maybe if he's not the best looking, like I can deal with that. Like it's not a
That's
big
how I am.
deal.
EJC, same way. EJC said he met some big, beautiful women, great
Mhm.
personalities. Yeah, I'm the same way. Sounds
I
like
know
you danced with a couple of these beasts at a wedding.
Well, I know men who strictly will only date bigger women.
Oh my God.
They like it. There are men out there who are attracted to that.
Yeah, but if you look at the whole scheme of things,
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
you
but
have
I
a
mean,
Sadie
but there's
Hawkins
still
dance, and all the fat girls are about ready to snap a fucking football bench, and all the skinny ones are slow dancing. I mean, these sound all great in the midst of a casual conversation, but the reality of it is, I know there's people that like fat girls, but by and large, it's like it ain't happening. I mean, there are fetishes. Black guys like big asses on white girls. I don't know why, but they do. They think that like skinny knockout bodies on white girls. They think they describe them as they look like they're gonna die because they don't have big, fat, huge asses. It's weird. I'm talking.
I
He depends on how big. Well, I'm saying like, all right, let's put some numbers on it. Let's say 5'9" and 2 1/4.
Oh yeah, that's pretty
Could you
heavy.
handle that?
I was I remember being that, and I was pretty. I was pregnant too, 9 months
Yeah, but
pregnant. So
did you notice that the male attention dropped off a little?
well, I mean, I was 9 months pregnant too, Tom. I don't
I
think
like women when they're pregnant, to tell you the truth.
actually, you want to know what, Tom? A lot of men like kind of like gravitated like, and I don't know if they were. It was very weird, but like I had. I don't know if it's.
I can tell you one thing right now. Well, first of all, the likelihood of meeting someone pregnant and doing something with them is pretty low. Not impossible, but they're with somebody. After all, they're pregnant. So it's a pretty thin piece of the pie, but their boobs get so super firm.
But I think too, a lot of men just kind of like stepped up when I was like at work and stuff just to help me out, just because maybe they thought it was just the right thing. Like some of them said, like, "Oh yeah, my wife, she was
Yeah.
they seem more protective almost."
Yeah. EJC, humans really don't have pheromones. Look it up. I used to think they did too. What do you think's a myth, Spark Dollar? Yeah, I mean, but I think when I see pregnant women, I mean, oh, skinny black men. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what, but you interview 1,000 black men, and they seem to like, you know, heavy set, big asses. Like, look at these. To me, who would pay for a Brazilian butt lift? I mean, they're super gross.
Well, you know what though too, Tom, is that's one of the more dangerous surgeries too, plastic
Oh, really?
surgery. Yeah,
What are they doing in there exactly?
there's a lot more risks involved. They're
What are
like
they doing?
inject
Just putting like big old like blow up
silicone. There's a couple they do. I've even heard like they do injections too. They can even do
But I
injections.
mean, I don't
But the
know
thing,
if the ones I see on YouTube are like
well, it's hard for them.
Photoshop or
It's hard for them too to keep uh keep the implants in place too because of
if you're sitting
how,
on them and stuff.
yeah, and like how it's structured, and like it's more
Yeah,
it's
no, I
more.
bet you're right. Yeah, I just the ones I see, if they're real, they just like I just don't get it. But I'm not a black guy, so I mean, to each his own. But some of these these Latino women, I don't know. I'd like to know where these women get jeans. I mean, they have like a 21-inch waist and like the biggest ass you've ever seen. And they got to be custom jeans because they need to be for that ass. It's like the inseams would be like 65 inches long, and they're short.
Well, they
Well,
probably
they're
get.
not rolling them up like someone that went to Walmart and got their jeans. Oh, speaking of that, I had this discussion with someone the other day. Do you guys think that you get what you pay for as far as fit with jeans?
Oh
Do the
yes.
Wranglers and stuff fit as good as the Levi's or the girls' stuff, Jordashes and all that shit?
Let me tell you, as far as men have it, as far as clothing goes, men have it made
Hey, Stephanie.
so much better. It's just crazy because like I could go to one store and I'm one size, then go to another store, I'm another size, and it's just crazy. Once you learn what you don't even know what your real size is because
Yeah.
all of these stores, a lot of them don't run true to the size, and you're just kind of like, yeah. That's why you might meet like a woman, and if you ask her what size she is, she'll probably be, well, depending on what store you go to, it's not like they're trying to lie to you or anything. But and I found like with Eric and buying jeans for men, it's a guarantee almost. Like you, the waist and the like, it's uh, there really isn't that much of but with women it's just different, and they have different fits and all sorts of
But
things.
at this
So
stage of the game now, you've been married, you've been with Eric a long time. Do you give a fuck what his jeans look like on him?
I mean, you what? I mean,
I mean, if you got the no-name brand, they're $9 for a pair.
well, the thing
Do you
is,
care?
no, no, I don't. But the thing is with men, with men's clothing and women's clothing, you could tell if I shopped at if I got my clothes at Walmart
Yeah, I
compared to
think
if
you're
I
right.
got my clothes at, like, let's say Express
Yeah,
or a higher end store,
yeah,
you could so tell the difference. But with men, and because with women, a lot of it's fit, like how it fits you and everything. And the weird thing is it's like with men, you can hardly tell. Like if those are a
yeah. No,
rank,
right. Yeah,
something I bought at Walmart
yeah,
compared to something I bought at the Gap or
yeah,
Express, whatever, the Men's
yeah.
Warehouse. Like it really, I don't know.
Another thing. I mean, I know what I like, but like, I was just fucking around YouTube earlier, and there was some girl on there that like dresses up in these old clothes on TikTok, like she's a like hippie bell bottoms, and she's got the most perfect ass in the world. And I got thinking about this, and I thought, did I ever have a girlfriend with an ass that good? And I didn't. I had pretty girlfriends with good bodies, but nothing like that. And then I could say to somebody, I could spend a week in a mall and not see, and you noticed in like on YouTube, people will just be commenting when it's just some freak like perfect ass that you look like you did on a CAD machine, you engineered it. I just don't. I just wonder why that. They almost seem rare. Like women are a little bigger in the ass. They just seem like genetic freaks. Some of these women.
Well, I've
Just
met.
look at the hips and the ability to bear children and all that kind of stuff.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I've had girlfriends who were proportioned like that. They just had bigger hips and a bigger butt than
Yeah,
I mean, it's just genetic. Like women have like three different body shapes. Where like men are built basically the same. Some just have more weight on them than others. But I mean, you guys, it's not like you guys have, the pear shape or the apple shape or the hourglass shape or the spoon shape. Like, women are just shaped differently.
Yeah. But I mean, let's put, I mean, it's not way out there. It's not like nobody knows what I'm talking about. Because if you went to a strip club, they'd be like kind of what I described. So I'm not the only guy out there that appreciates them.
But I mean, like, yeah, like men.
Like, do you like big, like a guy's waist to be a lot smaller than his shoulder width, stuff like that?
I mean,
The different body characteristics. Like athletic looking compared to like nerd looking, you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Football wide receiver or a guy that should be in a chemistry lab. Yeah, swimmers. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, yeah, you like guys with, a little something to them. Like I said, like my father, like I can't believe, like my dad, he's 70 and like his legs are like freaking rock solid. Like his muscle mass is just crazy for his age.
Yeah.
Like it's nuts. Like he probably doesn't come off as like the typical 70-year-old man.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, there's guys like that. I know Stephanie what she's going to say because she likes the Chippendale look.
So the topic is right now body shapes, huh? Is that what I came into?
You like athletic, don't you?
Well, I did.
Yeah, you did.
Right
Yeah.
now, I don't like nothing.
Stephanie,
when you were young,
we need to know. Would you like a torso?
Would you date a midget?
You missed that conversation.
Would you date a midget?
A midget?
Yeah.
You mean a little person?
Yeah.
No.
How about someone with a missing leg?
What?
Someone with a missing leg.
Actually, my cousin is married to a guy that has one leg.
But I'm asking
he's from Iraq or someplace. I don't know. Got his leg blown off or something.
But would that be a deal breaker for you in a blind date?
I don't know. It probably depend on the rest of them, Tom.
Yeah, I said the same thing.
You mean what's left?
Yeah.
Well, how about this? The Chippendale with one leg missing.
Yeah, no question.
Stephanie's like, I'll take him.
No question about it.
But Tom, that's kind of like what we talked about. Like, you can make up for if something is like, that's what we were talking about earlier. Like the one guy who I found really attractive, but I didn't even notice his like hand deformity until someone pointed it out to me because the rest of him was attractive. So I think that's what, I mean, if you have nobody's like, not everything about everybody is just perfect.
Yeah.
Would
you rather have a super good looking or just a super performer like a secretariat in bed that was kind of average? Hello?
Who are you talking to?
You. Anybody. I know what Stephanie likes. She'd like them both.
Oh, God.
I don't know. I can't really say. I mean, I'm married right now, so it's kind of like, I'd
rather have performance and looks.
Well,
I mean, there's jokes amongst guys like in strip clubs and stuff like that where it's like, this is as good as it gets just looking at them. And I think there's probably an element of truth to that.
Oh, yeah.
I think if a guy is too attractive, then he's probably just really full of himself. Do you know what I mean? It probably won't be good for a long-term marriage material. Unless if you just want to cater to like him and his.
Give me an example. Give me an example of someone that we would all know, like on TV or an actor or something that really rings your bell.
A TV or an actor, let's say.
An actor, sports guy, anybody around now that you would consider like really attractive?
I don't know. I really haven't thought. I don't watch a lot of TV either,
But
so.
actors and shit.
Um,
I
I
like
mean,
Keanu Reeves.
see, I don't think he's good looking at all.
yeah, I wasn't.
Yeah, I do.
Matthew McConaughey, really? You know, he's got fake hair, and they say he doesn't
Yeah, I
shower.
like him too.
They say he's
But
really dirty. Doesn't take like showers and shit for weeks. They get on him about it all the time in movies. Ted Danson. Ted Danson.
no,
Not at all, huh?
no.
It seems
Uh-uh.
to me like
Who's he? Like,
the standard is changed a lot. Like back in the old days, like the Roger Moores and stuff, that the James Bonds and those people, they're not as good looking as they used to be. Like the actors aren't like Robert Redford's anymore. They're okay and everything, and
Right.
it just kind of seems that way to me. The women aren't either, like Mary Tyler Moore and Raquel Welch and stuff like that.
Right.
I must be weird because I was never like, I never really, I don't know. I mean, like, attraction's different for me, I guess.
I'll say.
Shut up.
Why don't I just
What?
take you to a fucking emergency room?
Yeah, okay.
No, but
That's not
you
funny.
don't. This probably. How about this? How about this? I think this is a fair question. Do you think sometimes, because of your personality, men misinterpreted your casual friendliness?
I think that maybe that that could be it because I am a pretty like I will. I'm not a, I'm not one of those women. You know, like how like some married women like they will shut off any conversation with a man like
Yeah,
right
it's
away.
like you're just saying
But
like hello or something.
right, but like I can't not do that. I feel like an asshole if like a guy says hi to me and I'm just like you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just kind of be
yeah,
like
right.
obviously I have like
Yeah.
standard, what but like yeah, like if somebody says hi to me, I'll say hi, and like
Did you
I'll
think
get
you had a hard time telling guys to get lost?
yeah.
How about you, Steph?
Uh, oh, you mean back in the day?
Yeah.
Give them the wrong impression? Is
No,
that what
no.
you're saying?
Did you have a hard time letting somebody know I'm not interested?
No, no. Uh-uh.
Were you like tactful about it, or just told them to get the fuck out of here before I call the police?
Um, I'm just trying to think. You just walk away or you just don't talk to them anymore or.
Right, yeah,
I mean,
So,
I would definitely get verbal if it came to like certain things. Do you know what I mean? Like
yeah,
if certain things got out of hand, in my head, it was going like a certain direction that I didn't want it to go, then I
yeah,
would get verbal, like, no, that I'm okay. Like, no, thank you. But like, as far as like, because I've met women that won't even talk to like any man, like, won't even say hi, like, just very just whatever. But like, I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit more friendly. Like, I'll
yeah.
say hi. Like, if you say hi to me, I think it's rude if someone says hi to you and like you don't even say hi or whatever, but like I'm not gonna let it get to like certain levels, like
Now,
okay,
Caroline said that she didn't want to hurt feelings.
right, well that's another thing too, like I didn't want to be an asshole.
But if
yeah,
you're around somebody with half a brain cell firing, there's a big difference between hurt and feelings. And unless there's something wrong with them,
Well, the thing is
they
too,
should get the vibe. And then it gets to the point where they get pissed off because I've been nice about being subtle and trying not to hurt your feelings, and here you are, and then you kind of got to get snippy.
right, that's what I'm saying, like I I also worked with mostly men for such a long period of time that I got used to like talking to men as coworkers, and we became friends, only friends, not nothing like, but like so I would talk to my coworkers all the time, and it was just strictly friendship, and they would talk to me. So I got used to that. And then apparently I get into the quote unquote real world off of nights and everything, and that's just not like some people just find that not acceptable. And if you even talk to another man, that you're like some kind of horror. Like, do you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
that's not even how it is. Like, I don't view it as like I'm saying hi to this person because I want to like destroy their marriage or
Did you ever have it where you were friends with males and they tried to make the crossover? They would have rather done something other than friends, and then you had to say something.
a couple times, not too frequently, maybe once or twice, but I mean, it's usually with me, it's, you know, I'm pretty late. I don't know. I think that's why I got so used to talking to guys in general, and I just got used because we were like we were legitimately we were just I was just friends with these men. I had somebody at home. They knew that it didn't go past like any kind of, you know, certain area, and we were okay with that. They had
Yeah.
wives. It was just like I don't know. I just viewed it more. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with me. I have
Well,
no
there's
idea.
definitely something wrong with you.
Well, maybe I guess so.
Stephanie, I
No,
kind of did the same thing Stephanie did. It's like, we were like kind of good friends with the people we married, and you never had that passion, like can't get enough of them stuff. But I don't
right.
think that would have changed the result with me. Do you, Stephanie? Because that was lacking, wasn't the reason for the end of the marriage in my case. How about yours?
No,
Right.
I don't think so. No.
I don't think that lasts long anyway. Do you?
No, never.
Once
I don't
You
think
mean
so.
the initial like
yeah.
that you get? Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, that doesn't last long. Because you're eventually going to find out who the person is and what they're like and everything, and then once you live with them, it's like you see them, So I mean, there's not that mysterious like,
No, yeah, that's what I tell people. Until you live with someone, you don't know them at all.
no way. That's why,
Yeah.
honestly, I mean, I understand like in the religious aspect, you're supposed to get married before you move in together. But I honestly think it's a good idea for young couples to at least try like a month trial
No, but even
period.
in the Bible, if you abstain, it talks about the appearance of sin.
Yeah, I know, but like I think if you were to do everything right, quote unquote right, and get married and then move in together, I mean that could be, I don't know, that could end up your
That priest
marriage.
told me that in the Catholic Church, in an informal way for the last 25 years was telling they don't even ask anymore because if they did, they wouldn't be marrying anybody.
Yeah, I mean, like I would suggest, because there's a major difference in a relationship when you are dating, going on dates,
Oh, I'll
getting to
see.
know,
Yeah,
than living with a person.
yeah.
Uh,
You're not
It,
kidding.
it
You're
just
not kidding.
does. That'll show if you're ready or not for a marriage. Like if you can, oh, okay, well, it's
Do
working
you
out.
think
All
these
right.
brainwashing sessions work? These 3-day like retreats where couples are about ready to kill each other in their sleep, and they go to one of these things for 3 days, and they're supposed to redo their marriage vows and
I think it might work. Like I know a lot of people who've done that. I know a lot of people who renewed their vows after a certain amount of time and everything, and it worked for some people. So I mean,
yeah.
like I said, that certain things work for certain people. I'm not going to
It just
down.
seems like such, it just seems like such a bullshit session.
I mean, the thing is also too, maybe you need time to separate. Like I've had people that I've known who separated from
Yeah,
their.
I know when the guys separate why they're doing that.
I mean, sometimes it's like, okay, maybe we just need some time apart
Yeah.
to see if we really do like, and if we still like
Did you see that
miss.
movie Hall Pass?
Yeah, yeah, I saw that movie.
Did
Yeah.
you see it, Stephanie?
No.
Yes, you would like that. You would like that Hall Pass. It's where they're going through this kind of shit we're talking about. And what the wife's
Oh,
getting like the guys a week as if they were single.
Oh.
Really good movie. I thought it was an excellent movie. Did you like it, Michelle?
Yeah,
But you know, it's a
I've known couples who did that, who married. I've known married people who've done that in and guess what? They're still together years later. So I mean, I don't know if that work. It's up
yeah.
to
I don't
each
think. I mean,
individual.
I like the idea of me going out and trying out some new action, but I wouldn't like my estranged wife. It'd drive me fucking nuts.
Yeah.
See, here's the double
No,
standard
it is.
now.
It's not a double standard. It's just the way I am.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like. I mean, it just drives
Yeah,
me.
but a lot of men are
No.
like that. So
Why do you think? What do you think that just goes back to this animalistic desire, and they're just a bunch of selfish assholes?
I don't know. I don't know what
Little bit of
that
both.
is. Yeah.
I
I'll
mean,
tell you this: I don't want to say I've saved marriages, but I've been friends with women. Their husband fucked around, and I talked them out of divorcing them by convincing them what I really believed, and like it doesn't mean that he doesn't love you. I mean, it was fucked up. You shouldn't have done it. But that's the problem they have is that there were feelings between their husband and this mistress, and there weren't. I knew the guys. It didn't make it okay,
Right.
but that's a lot different if you can convince them that's what happened as opposed to loving them, leaving your wife, they kicked him in the ass, and now you're back to the wife. That would make anybody feel shitty. I mean, the affair in and of itself is wrong and bad, but why it happened is got a lot to do with it, I think.
well, I think that if a man is not happy with his wife, which is okay, where he feels like he needs another woman because she's not, in his mind, she's not
See,
doing something in
but,
the marriage,
but
and
I think that's another myth.
but no. So listen, hear me out. There's issues. There's major issues in the marriage, right? So if you're going out and let's say you're dating somebody else, right? There's a reason for that, right? It's not like he just woke up and was just out of a whim. Oh, we're married, and I just feel like, you know, dating somebody, right? There's reasons behind that. So that means that their marriage, there's something wrong that he's not communicating to her, and or she's for whatever reason. There's something wrong in the
Right,
marriage.
yeah. But I don't really. I think that there can be nothing wrong, and he still wants to try something new.
Then don't be married.
No, yeah.
That's
I mean, that's
that.
easy to say, but sometimes, the world doesn't really work this way. You're in deep. You got a few kids. You really don't have a problem with your wife. You just find your secretary or the UPS delivery woman very attractive, and you get to know each other, and shit happens. And it isn't because anybody in the marriage was doing anything wrong. You're just a guy. And there's nothing like that feeling of something brand new, even if it isn't that great at the beginning. Then you start rationalizing you only live once. Who's really getting hurt? There's no victim.
I mean, your wife is kind of the victim.
She is. She finds out about it. I mean, I'm not suggesting this is the way to go. I'm just saying that I know enough people that have done it. And it wasn't because they didn't love their wife that they did. It was because they wanted to try something new.
They just couldn't help themselves.
Well, they could have helped themselves. I mean, you can
Because I mean,
argue all day long it was selfish, and maybe that's what it was, but it wasn't like, they're thinking they were inadequate, and they weren't. I mean, guys are just kind of like this. Stephanie said it a few minutes ago. I don't know why. I mean, not all guys, but a lot of guys.
well, the
Yeah.
thing is, and I would agree to a certain level, like you, in order, you have to have some kind of discipline in life, right? You can't,
Yeah.
if you go out, if you get married and you make those promises to this person that I mean, okay, so people get divorced, but at the time, you're making, you're, these are words coming out of your mouth, and it's like, and she's supposed to trust you with her life, with everything. Like she, whatever. And then you go out and not only do you lie to her because you're going to have to lie to her about what you're doing.
But do you
But
think she would feel any better about it doing the hall pass thing?
listen, like I said, to each their own. Like I said, I knew a couple that did that, and I thought it was weird. I did, but
Yeah.
it worked for them.
And
Does
they
it work for everybody?
did they just go out on dates or they were screwing other people?
I think that there was some sexual
Oh, okay.
nature things. I
And,
mean, I don't
and
know. I don't know
see, that's
details.
surprising to me that the wife was cool with it.
Yeah, I thought it was a little odd too. Like I thought it was a little, whatever. But I can't sit. If people have lives to live, and if for whatever reason, I don't know all the details.
I would hold a grudge on that. I know I would.
I think. I mean, like I just. I don't know. I mean, like if you're having problems in your marriage and stuff, like maybe there's lots of ways to like try to get around that because I understand being in a long-term marriage, you're going to come up with temptations in life, right? So you're going to see a hot whatever, you're going to get this temptation to, but a lot of times it's probably because there's something going on in the marriage to begin with. There's
Yeah, but
something
here's
like,
another thing. Like I said, there doesn't need to be anything going on in the marriage for a guy want to screw some other women on the side. This is where you guys are thinking about this wrong. It doesn't make it any more right. But you seem to think that there has to be something wrong, and I'm saying there doesn't. It can be just fine. And if a guy gets an opportunity, he's going to take advantage of it. I don't think it's a good idea. But I know lots of guys that had affairs and loved their wives. Wasn't anything wrong. They just wanted to have some new sex with a new
okay,
woman.
but here's the thing. So what you just said, that you knew a lot of guys who loved their wives but just wanted to have affairs. Well, if they loved their wives, then they wouldn't have the affairs. And the thing is if they don't tell their wives either, then there's a reason why, because they know it's going to hurt them.
Right.
So then they
How about
really
this?
don't love their wives.
If you had an affair, would you admit to it?
If I had an
And there
affair,
was
yeah,
no other way that
yeah, I
Eric
would.
would find it.
I
You would?
would. Yeah.
Would you, Steph?
You mean when I was married? Um,
Do you see any
if
good out of disclosing this?
I do, because maybe the marriage
if
needs
I
to
got
end.
caught, yes, but if
No,
I
but if-
didn't get caught, no.
Yeah, same here. Me, I wouldn't either. I think, and there's different schools of thought on this, but it seems the gist of it mainly is that the only person that feels better about disclosing his affair is a person that had one. It does the other person no good at all. As a matter of fact, I've had people tell me, and I've read articles that suggest affairs have made marriages better because the person that had them was shitty. They just went the extra mile for years to come that they wouldn't have otherwise had they not had the affair. I mean, that's a fucked up way of looking at shit. But I think it's possible.
Mm, I think the thing is there's so you quote unquote love your wife, right?
Yeah.
But you
Well,
wouldn't.
maybe. I mean,
Okay, well,
I'm not exactly sure what that entails either.
well,
If
that
you've been
means,
married a while, you kind of like your wife.
well, like if you're supposed to love your
Yeah,
wife,
you're supposed to love her, but I mean,
but like it's like if you love somebody, you don't want to hurt them, right?
yeah, but
So
you don't. This is another thing where it goes off in the damn ditch. I know everything you're supposed to do. You're talking to a psychiatrist. You're telling him you like your wife. You're talking to your mother-in-law and you love your wife. It just depends on where this conversation's taking place. I mean, what is that anyway?
this
You're
is
married, whether you love her or what do you don't?
this is where leadership comes in, right? So this is where strong people and like strong marriages come in, is if you can be open and honest and have good communication, and if you can still persevere against without falling into this temptation of like, oh, I just need like somebody new because I can't handle all the stresses and my wife and like whatever else. Because if you love somebody, you will do whatever it takes not to hurt them. So
You like them, you don't love them.
then you need to get a divorce. If the love is
Shit,
not
if
there,
everybody that didn't love their spouse got a divorce, nobody'd be married after 20 years.
well, then get a divorce.
Yeah, but no, they don't do that either. You're in too deep. You're talking like, in the most puritanical ways possible, like, and this is the way to go. But that's just not reality. I mean, look at these crime shows. Why don't they just get divorced?
Everybody
Instead, they
wants.
turn the gas on.
Everybody
Oh,
wants.
well, I know it.
Everybody wants the easy way out. That's what it is, and that just shows your
Fuck yeah, you
character.
want the easy way
I
out. Who
just
the hell
want.
wouldn't? That's natural. What do you want to complicate it and go broke with 2 Jew lawyers?
Yeah.
Hey, I'd have more respect for you.
Well, that's that in a quarter and you can buy lunch. The real world, the flip side of that is these crime shows. Just get divorced.
Well, Stephanie, when you got
Yes.
your divorce, was it you that got the divorce or was it your husband? And what made you
We
want
did it together.
You guys came up together at the same time and just wanted a divorce?
Yeah, we talked about it for a while that, maybe we should part ways.
Yeah, probably for the best, right? For both you and him, even if it's
Right.
not the easiest, right?
Who knows?
Oh, it wasn't hard at all.
Yeah, that's why she got divorced.
No, I mean, no, we were friends when we got married and we were friends when we got divorced. I mean, it wasn't it was like, why be married? He did his thing, I did mine.
Is he still
the
alive?
last I hope so, Tom. He really got into, he used to call me every couple years and we kept in touch, but he got into cocaine. He went over to Thailand, married some women over there. I really don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him in probably 3 years. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I never was too like. I'll tell you, man. I don't know why, but I wasn't interested in like keeping in touch with old girlfriends for what. I hope to never talk to my ex-wife again, and not for any like bad reasons. I mean,
Right.
if I was someplace and she came up, it's like, hey, how you doing? It's like, hey, look, good luck to you. Really, there's no hard feelings here, but I don't really see any reason to talk. I want to just move the fuck on.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I definitely get.
And it isn't from like a bunch of baggage or any of this goddamn shit. But it was just like if I saw my ex-wife in a mall or something, I'd cut into a store till she walked by. I don't even want to like chit chat.
Right, that makes sense. The only reason why I think ex-married couples talk to each other is if they have kids together, because that is a whole different.
Yeah, they're forced.
You have to, like.
Yeah, you have
for
to.
your kids.
Exactly.
It's not even like.
Can you imagine that, Stephanie?
Yeah, that's a big difference if there were children involved.
We could be getting together with our exes till the day we died because of kids.
Yeah, I know, Tom. God.
Here's a warning to everybody. Be careful on who you have kids with, because they will be in your life for the rest of your life.
Yeah, but in the heat of the moment,
if you got married, didn't have kids, and then you got divorced, there's no reason that you have to talk to them anymore. Like, let's say it was a bad divorce.
No, I don't have any kids.
Stephanie's wasn't a bad divorce, but like some people have bad divorces. And,
oh my God.
I
can't believe some of these people that these wives get involved with, these lunatics. And like you're paying child support and alimony, you're going over there and there's some fucking dingling over there yelling at your kids.
That's something I'm glad I didn't have to deal with. I don't know how would want anybody else around my kids.
Yeah, you couldn't do shit about it. They get a fucking restraining order against you.
Oh, I know, Tom.
Now, I'm not saying this. Of course, everybody would agree that this wasn't the right thing to do, but as from a guy's perspective, look, it's fucked up. I'm not sympathizing with the guy. But OJ looked in and saw Nicole blowing Marcus Allen. He's paying alimony. He's paying the house payment. He's paying child support. He was a friend of Marcus Allen's, and I'm not justifying it in any way. But I can see as a guy under the right circumstances, especially if maybe you've been drinking or something, where you could fucking go off your rocker. It doesn't shock me. You know, in the heat of the moment, they're giggling and shit and fucking toasting margaritas and shit, and you're paying for all this fucking shit. And he's on the couch you bought, and one of the kids comes out and he tells him to get in there. You know, I get the chemistry that leads up to a fucked up situation.
Yeah, I mean, they always say be careful on who you marry, but really be
But
careful
it
on who
doesn't
you have
work that
kids
way.
with.
You don't really even like, you know, there's women. Look at that damn gold digger Mel Gibson married.
Oh, they're all over.
They're all over.
Like at first,
Yeah.
I thought men were just being like jerks about women and like talking about gold diggers and stuff. But come to find out,
Yeah.
I've even met some male gold diggers. Like,
Oh yeah.
in
You
my
know, that
life.
gets hard to pull off though, because by the time the women have money generally that the men think they got a shot at,
Yeah.
women are too smart and they're not that horny.
That's what I was going to say, Tom. Women are smarter than men.
Oh,
They're
fuck,
not going to.
yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
guarantee if Stephanie had $10 million, there ain't a motherfucker in this world's getting a dime of it.
That's exactly right. No way in hell.
And not just Stephanie, but
I want
any
prenup.
women. And if you ever look at these women that get fleeced out of a bunch of shit, like that Art Schleister, quarterback from Ohio State in the NFL that went to prison for writing bad checks and gambling, he fucked up all sorts of older, unattractive women out of money. And there are older, lonely women out there. So I know it can happen.
Yeah.
But I think it's women that are older, lonely, unattractive, and got a fucking screw loose too. Like I said, you're not getting a fucking quarter out of Stephanie's account.
No, not even if you're a Chippendale.
Yeah, you're not getting a fucking loan. You're not getting a loan, nothing.
Nothing.
She's not co-signing on a car.
Nothing. Oh, God.
Right. But young women, but there's not that many young available women that have money. I mean, they got guys lined up anyway. I've talked to a lot of these old widows, and I guess there's a lot of really stupid old guys out there that have nothing, that actually think they're going to move into this lifestyle with these older women that don't have no interest. What the fuck's a guy have to offer? Like cleaning the leaves out of in the fall?
Yeah.
She doesn't want to fuck him. She's got
Clean your pool.
Yeah, she doesn't need his money. I mean, she may be lonely, but that's way better than getting involved with this fucking loser.
Yeah.
There's nothing in it for her. Zero, zippo. And they see right through that shit. Yeah. She'd rather sit down with her girlfriends and play bingo and bullshit. She doesn't need any goddamn guy in her life anymore. That ship has sailed.
Yeah. Big time sailing, yeah.
Big time sailing is right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just funny to, you see so many examples of it, like happening, and it's just interesting. It's A to Z as to why and how it eventually manifests itself. You just never know. And if the husband and the wife both have nothing, well, that's a no-brainer.
Right.
There's no contested divorce. For what? You're both broke.
Right.
Yeah. Crazy.
Well, I think what it comes down to is when you've been married to somebody for a while and you get accustomed to a certain lifestyle, I think that's when they're that's when you see things like, oh, well, you have to pay if they actually have money. they're like, oh, you have to pay like spousal support for a year until she can figure out what she wants to, because she
Yeah.
was used to living a certain life,
Yeah.
this and that. And I can see where that, I can, I don't think that's really considered gold digging. I think that's like not wanting, departing ways on a good, being civil and being like, okay, here you go for a year. I'll make sure that your life's still okay, but then you got to figure it out after a year. You know what I mean? Like it.
How would
And
you describe, though, a guy like Anna Nicole Smith and the rich oil tycoon?
oh,
Do you have a problem with that?
I mean, like I said, if she, I mean, look how, I mean, the relation. I don't. I mean, like I wouldn't suggest that. I wouldn't go out there and suggest women to
Do you
date.
think does it make sense to you, though?
Yeah, she's pretty and he's rich. I
Right.
mean,
Stephanie, do you agree with that?
Sorry, Tom. I'm eating a Pop-Tart.
Oh, that's right. Remember the Anna Nicole Smith and the rich oil tycoon?
Oh, yeah. God, she was so beautiful, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I watched a documentary about her on Netflix, and I don't see anything wrong with it.
I don't either.
If she made him happy and
right.
he made her happy with his money, no.
There's
I
an
don't see
argument.
any-
There's an argument out there that that's as honest as a relationship will ever get. She knew what she was getting long term, and he knew what he was getting short term. Fuck all that feeling, romance, and being attracted to him and all that shit.
I mean, the problem, see, this is the thing. Not everybody wants the same things in life. So, like, let's say you're out there, you're in your 20s, right? And a lot of people in their 20s, they're looking to find somebody to marry, have kids with, settle down, raise a family together. Now, if, let's say, somebody was that age and then they dated that, like, but they're like, oh, well, they have money. It's just kind of like, all right, well, if you have kids with this person, they're probably not going to live that long for your kids to have their father in the picture. I mean, yeah, you'll have money, but it's like,
This is what I think. You know what I think the whole thing is? This is what you do. You go out and you understand what you're like, and you understand what you want. Now, Susan was on here last night. You know, the lady out in Nevada?
Yeah.
She finds a fucking young girl in her clothes. Quiet, Daisy. She finds a young girl in her clothes, the film getting developed, all that kind of fucking shit. And it was like no big deal. Just moved on. Stephanie would have got the 9-iron out. Michelle, I don't know if you would have put up with it, but it's just, this is what I tell people. Keep on looking. Because take a guy like me, say back in the day, Stephanie liked the shag haircut, so I knew I was already out of the picture. She didn't want to run her fingers through the 4 hairs I had left on the top of my head. But back in the day, if I'd have met Stephanie when I was younger, I would have sensed early on there's no way she's putting up with my fucking bullshit. And
yeah.
I'd have moved on.
Right.
But or maybe I wouldn't have, because at that age when you're that, you don't know what's what yet. You don't realize that there are women out there like Susan, because there's just not enough of them. You may go through your whole life and never meet one.
Right.
And then you figure you're going to do the honest route, like Michelle. It's like, Michelle, it's like, hey, I just want to tell you, honey, I love you. I don't want to divorce you, but I want to fuck this 20-year-old working at Dunkin' Donuts really bad, and I just thought I'd run it by you. That's not going to fly either. But there are women out there that will allow this shit to happen. They're just far and few between. It's 1,000 times harder than just casually dating and meeting someone that you want to marry. It's like threesomes. Try and set one up sometime. It's fucking impossible. You'll have that fall through so many goddamn times, which is why so many couples end up hiring the third party. Because if you don't, it's never going to happen. It's not like porno movies. It's not twin sisters. It's not a neighbor that's horny. It's just, but they're out there. They're just far and few between. And most people, you don't want to wait that long. Or you don't know any better. So you get married and then you're like 35 and you're reading about this shit. And you're reading these blogs and these websites. And it's like, God damn, I didn't even know this was possible.
Oh, I knew that people live different. Like I've met a lot of people, and for whatever reason, people feel very comfortable telling me stuff. And
Yeah,
I've
because
met.
you're like non-judgmental. You're never like, I mean, I've tried my ass off to insult you.
Okay.
No, you never take the bait. You never say you never like, you're just like easy going, like diamond cutter type shit.
I mean,
You're never cracking me in the side of the head with a hot pot of coffee. It's always like, it's like, I can't, it's a real, I put it in like a gift category.
I mean, look, people have lives to live, right? And not everybody, like, not every certain, like, I guess it's because I have a big family, and not everybody went for the uh, house, married house, two kids life. It's not everybody in my family did that, and so it's kind of like, well, I mean, to each their own. I mean, if you want to
But
live
you're
that.
like, it seems really like hard to like get you to take it. Stephanie pulled that fucking 9-iron out over anything. Where you, it's like, it seems hard to like, I don't know what kind of shit you got to do to like get you to like.
Get fired up? Are you trying to
Yeah,
get me fired up,
no, I
Tom?
know you do because of what you told me on certain shit. But it's like, I don't know what these motherfuckers must do to like get you there. Like just start like shooting a slingshot
I'm
at
a
you or
very,
something.
I can be a very reasonable person. Like I look at the bigger picture, the whole picture, and like what's best for not only myself if we're talking about relationships, but the other person if I actually give a shit about them. This is the thing. When you actually care about people and stuff, you're not just thinking about yourself. So like if you can have those conversations with people like, look, this just isn't going to work out, or this is going to work out, or this is how it's going to work out. And if you have that communication, you could do a lot with your life, but a lot of people, you know, can't have sit down rational conversations, even if
Yeah,
they're
but
hard
I mean,
conversations to have.
I don't want you to feel comfortable enough on here talking about personal things like the rest of us do, and then break it off in your ass later on. But with that said, you have had difficulties in your marriage, right?
Of course, yeah.
And why isn't this just open communication? Like, why isn't that your go-to and the problems went away if it's that easy?
Because there was communication issues for a while, which is very common in most marriage. That's a common thing. Like that's a lot of what's
Yeah, but I
wrong.
don't think
What happens?
I don't think it's really communication issues. Some motherfucker in the equation started doing some damn shit. Could have communicated the communication issues are a problem because they don't want to fucking talk about it. It isn't going to be. It's like selfishness. It isn't going to enhance. So they just clam up, and all of a sudden, like you're being treated poorly.
Well,
I just think it's harder than. I just don't think it works that way in the real world. Do you, Stephanie? Like this, that everything's going to get communicated into a great resolution.
it helps even if you even think about it in a work environment too. Like if you don't communicate properly with your
Mm-hmm.
employer, employees, coworkers, jobs can, people get, stuff can go really wrong. And like that's when fights break,
So, well, then your life should be perfect.
no, because no life is
I
perfect.
thought I was an excellent communicator too. I said, I'll give you 5 fucking minutes to get out of here.
Oh, there you go.
God, I'm just so glad I don't have to deal with communication and all that shit anymore.
Who did you tell to give 5 minutes to get out of here?
And lots of people, I just like,
Oh God.
I just don't think in the real world that there wouldn't be crime show murders, there wouldn't be trysts, affairs, bodies being found places if all we needed to do was just talk.
Oh God.
That's how people get shit done. No one
But
has
I mean, if it was that easy, there would be no forensic files. You wouldn't be finding spouses fucking buried under the woodshed everywhere.
Yeah. I shot him in self-defense.
Yeah, all of a sudden
Tom
they let the goddamn dogs out of the back of the thing, and they take the first 30 seconds, smell at each other's ass, then they're digging up the flower bed, and it's like, oh shit.
Yeah. Oh God. I didn't do it. I'm innocent.
Yeah, they say they said they were in a crude grave. What do you think? You're going to have a fucking funeral in the backyard?
Yeah, I know. God, I watched too many of those crime shows. I think I could commit the perfect murder. I've watched so many.
Yeah, but here's where they fuck up. They do it in the heat of passion. You could commit the perfect murder.
Yeah.
You'd have to take some transcendental meditation and shit.
It'd have to be premeditated.
Just run up your credit cards. You can bank right out of it later. Take a fucking jet and go buy your fucking shit in fucking Chicago, Illinois, and not at a chain store.
I know. Oh, I know.
Yeah, if you go in there and there's cameras on the wall, go somewhere else. Buy it used off Facebook Marketplace.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it.
No, you see these people, they're buying the garbage bags,
and the bleach.
Yeah, they got he bought a 9-inch shovel that matches up perfect with the gash in the wife's forehead.
Stephanie,
yeah.
Stephanie, have you ever seen the show Snapped before?
Of course.
I loved that show.
I love that show.
Rick used to get so nervous because I used to watch it all the time. He was like, don't get any ideas.
Oh, yeah. I love that show. Yep. Those women just snap.
Is that show still on?
Yeah, it's still on.
Is it?
The previews always didn't look that good.
Yeah, it's on Oxygen. No, it's good. Yeah, those women, boy. I wish I didn't like that so much. That's terrible.
Steph, what would you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think I must have a screw loose because I like those shows too much.
Eric used to get so upset.
Where would you say these people fuck up most of the time?
Oh, when they kill their husbands?
Yeah.
Somebody else blows them in usually.
Yeah, yeah. And they, can't keep their mouth shut. See, I would have no problem keeping my mouth shut.
I wouldn't either. You think you'd ever run your mouth with a couple margaritas on sale?
Oh, no.
Yeah, me neither.
If I murdered my husband, oh, no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, same here.
No way. No way.
Yeah. But I'll tell you this, too. I think nowadays, you're fucked if your cell phone's on. You're fucked if it's off.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
It isn't like, I think back in the days, like the 60s and 70s, it was much easier.
Well, yeah, see, the cell phone thing is the biggest joke because they can track where your cell phone's been.
Yeah.
Well, why the hell even have your phone with you? What the hell? I mean,
I know.
you know, that's just so stupid to me.
I always thought
You
I'd
know,
tape mine on somebody else's car.
yeah, I
Put it
just,
on a stray dog.
Yeah. No, but they'd figure that out. They'd be running in the woods and shit where there were no roads. And they'd figure
yeah,
out
I know.
fucking fast dogs trotted through the woods and all. You'd be fucked.
And there's cameras everywhere, in the towns,
Yeah.
on houses, on buildings. You'd have to be really careful about that. You'd have to investigate a long time to find out where the cameras were.
And back in the days, 30 years ago, you could go and drop kick their fucking ass off the Grand Canyon. If they didn't find the body or there was no witness, you were home free. Not anymore.
Oh yeah.
Well, if
Yeah,
you're out there and your wife and slips, you're
yeah,
just as
man.
fucked as if you pushed her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, man. Yeah, Eric used to get really worried because I used to watch that show all the time, Snapped Women Who Murders. He was like, freaking, I don't know why you're watching those shows. You better knock it off. Don't get any ideas.
Hey, but after all this talk and your theory on, talking and everything, communication, all this fucking bullshit,
Hmm.
who out there has some stellar examples of just these fantastic open communication relationships where they're fucking like rabbits after 40 years and wouldn't consider fooling around?
Well, I think after a certain amount of time, like, you know what your partner likes and doesn't like. And then if you give them what they like, then the problem shouldn't be that bad.
Oh,
It's like,
dream the fuck on.
it's happened.
You think it's that simple, Stephanie?
Oh no, that's why I've been done with it for a long time. It's not simple.
How old were you when the light bulb really came on?
55.
Okay.
Yeah, that's when I said I'm done. Yep.
I was in a conversation with somebody about a month ago, and they said, like, what did I think the magic age was when women, like, really headed south for good? I said 56.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
And that was just by going back and looking at people I went to high school and people I know in my whole life, the whole. I said, that's what I'd hang my hat on, 56.
Yeah.
It's a moving target. It's not that easy. But if what you said was true, Michelle, the divorce rate wouldn't be so high.
Well, I think what happens too in like
I'll tell you
long-term
what
marriage,
happens. You get fucking tired of them. Not for any particular reason. You
it's
just do.
it's not always that. Like there's people who have families with other people, like if you're in a marriage with families, it's it's more than just I got sick of the one person. I mean, yeah, that happens. I'm not trying to
That's a
say
hell of a good way to
I'm
explain
not
it away.
I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong because
What the fuck's your dad got to say about it? What's he on his fifth marriage and your mom's on her third? Why
yeah.
don't you just tell him to communicate?
Oh, I don't want to get into why. I know why, you know.
No, but I
Yeah.
mean, it would seem like I just don't think in the real world it may work for you, and I'm sure it has a lot to do. And I'm not just talking about your parents. Lots of people I know too. But when you look at the data on people that get divorced and relationships that just break up for whatever, that can't really be the solution or the statistics.
Well, the thing is, too, is it's like if you have a community too, like your general community, people that you work with, close, if you have friends together, like they'll try to help you stay together if you feel a certain way. They'll be like, oh, it's not really worth it. Like, just go home. Like, yeah, I think that way too, but it's not really gonna, but if you have people egging it on, that like that's okay, this is okay when it really isn't, then it just causes more disturbances in marriages. And it's like we all have thoughts, right? We all have these like fantasy thoughts, like this and that, but what you got to rationalize is, okay, is me doing this going to be worth me losing this? And that's how you have to think about it when you
Well,
do something
I'll tell you
like,
who doesn't have this problem. the arranged marriage people.
Yeah, I mean, I really looked into all of that because I have met people who've had that arrangement,
I'm
and
talking about Indians.
you know what? Like, honestly, I think the divorce rate is almost the same.
Not for arranged marriages like Indian, it's not.
Mm.
I don't know of any arranged marriage where they got divorced. Not one. He's the man. He makes all the money. She does the house stuff and raise the kids, and that's the fucking way it is.
Well,
Now,
there
how
is.
can that? Then that even works over here when they come from a different culture. I'm not saying it's good, and you can say women's rights and chauvinism and all this shit. Fuck, I don't know. All as I know is they never get divorced, and it doesn't seem to have a whole hell of a lot to do with communicating.
Well, I think what the thing is there is something to be said about when one spouse took care of the house and the other spouse made the money. I'm not
I,
trying to make it a man or woman thing. I mean, I know we all think, women. I don't think that that's the worst thing ever, to be honest with you, is a woman staying home, taking care of kids, and the man, making money because guess what? Guess what, you guys? Taking care of a couple kids and staying home is like having freaking three jobs.
it is. No, I agree. I
So
think
it's
that's unfair that they considered women not working when they were raising kids.
it's work.
Right.
Oh,
You know,
it's you have to take care of a household. You have to take care of other humans, and you don't get a break. It's like, oh, lunchtime, mommy's just gonna go and, it's like, oh, okay, the kids are down for a nap now because I stayed home for a little while when my son was young. It was like, okay, he went down for a nap. Now I can go watch, do my own thing for however long. It's not like there's definitely I give it to the stay-at-home mothers for definitely. It's like you got to get a calendar and this kid has this going on this time, especially if you have more than one child and stuff. It's
yeah,
not,
yeah,
yeah, you got to take care of everybody.
yeah. I don't. I can't. Fuck. I don't have any. I don't know anything about it. I
Because
just.
I think what it is it gives the woman to focus on one thing instead of being like, okay, I mean, I understand women want careers. That's fine too. Like, I'm not trying to, whatever works. But I think when you have kids with somebody and then it's like, okay, you're thinking about work. I got to work and this and that. Oh, wait. And then I got to remember to do, I have a kid too. So I got to go home and do this. And it's like you're going to be stressed because your mind's going to be all over the place. And you're going to be thinking about work tomorrow. Then you're going to be thinking about your kids. And you're going to be like, oh, do I have time, after work? Do I have to take time off of work? It's really, I don't know. I mean, having one parent stay home I don't think, if you can afford it, that's the thing. Most people can't
No,
afford it.
that's the thing. That's the thing. You hear that sometimes. Women, be careful what you wish for. Equal rights. Now you got them. Now you get to work full time and you get to raise the kids.
Exactly.
Right.
That's what I always said. My mother, she was a stay-at-home mother for like the first 10 years of my life, with my sister and I. And it's not like it was just her doing nothing all day.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe when we went back, maybe when we started school, when we got to
Mm-hmm.
school age, she had a
Mm-hmm.
lot of more time on her hands, like
Mm-hmm.
when we were at school. But it was like when they're not in school and they're under 5 years old, and let's say you even have two of them, and then even when they're in school. So I'm just saying, like, it's definitely more than just one full-time job, having a couple kids and having to raise them and take care of a house.
No, I think it's like really hard. Plus, have
Yeah.
the damn baby too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I give those women, I don't look
Yeah,
down on them if they don't have a career. I'm not one of those women who are like, well, why didn't you go out and work and earn just as much as your husband? Like, no, you were freaking making. My one girlfriend, she stayed home with three kids. I would go over her house for the day, hang out. She was like talk about, she was making lists, making phone calls for her kids, cooking them all their meals, cooking, like, going grocery shopping, doing laundry constantly. I mean, it was
No,
cleaning all the
it's
time.
hard work. I think it's really hard work.
Yeah, keeping up a house, being a
Yeah.
homemaker. Yeah, that's a lot of work. That's not like, especially with little kids.
Yeah, hell, I don't. I'd be like the worst guy in the world to ask him on it.
And then your husband gets to come home after work and gets his dinner made and everything's all, you know what I mean? Like it's the house is clean and everything else. It's like, I don't know. I think, sometimes the stay-at-home mothers do a lot more if it's that dynamic and the
No, I think that too.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot of. I don't think they get enough credit.
yeah, like she had to be a maid, a cook, a chauffeur, a secretary, make everybody's appointments,
Yeah.
take
Yeah.
care of anything around the house, a cleaner. So I mean, I gave a lot of respect to her. Like I didn't
No.
think,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, sometimes she would sit down and have coffee and like she had the comfort of being in her own house and not have to deal with like outside strangers and stuff. But I mean, she she worked. It wasn't.
Right. Hell, I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't do it. I wasn't too good at it.
But I also
And the
had,
other thing, I don't think it should be an endurance test. I mean, it's not working out, and you want to go each. It's all it is really is a legal contract.
right.
I mean, I don't think it should be an endurance test.
I
You
don't
want to be
think it,
happy, you have the right to pursue happiness, and if you're in a marriage and you get tired of them for whatever reason, you should be able to get divorced and move on. It may not always work out better.
Right.
right. No, well, that's why we have divorce. That's why you can get a divorce, is so that if it gets that bad, if you're that miserable in a if it's that bad, then just do the right thing. Like it doesn't have to, you don't have to like make a long-term, lifelong suffering out of just to say, I never got divorced or.
Right. Yeah, I get it.
Right.
And I think I mean, I know people that got divorced and like married other people, got divorced from them, then got remarried to the person they divorced.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
It happened in my
People
family.
remarrying again.
It happened in your family?
No.
Yep. My family.
Oh, geez.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
How long were they apart?
3 years. They got they got married, divorced, and then they got remarried and stayed together for the rest of their lives.
Wow.
Yeah. 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 That's how it happened. I guess they still really loved each other. I mean,
Well, maybe.
That's all I can say.
You got. So you think that's a requirement to stay married for a long time? Is that you got to love each other?
Yeah, I think if you love somebody and care about them, I think you could.
Well, what is love, Stephanie? Like, I love Stephanie. I mean, what is it exactly when you're in a marriage any different than you love?
Yeah. Well, I think sometimes when you're together a long time, because even though I wasn't married long, we were together a long time. I think you get used to that person, so you get comfortable, and so you think, oh well, we've been together this long, let's just stay together. Why not? Let's go to Reno and get married.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you get used to the person being around. And then I think you can mistake that for, maybe loving them like you're supposed to,
Yeah.
Uh,
That's what I think.
So, how do you feel about unconditional love? Do you think that that's real?
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think it. I think it's real with children. Uh, I have unconditional love for the kids. I mean, definitely, I can feel it, but I've never had that feeling with the man. No.
No,
Uh-uh.
I feel the same way with women. I have it like
Yeah.
with dogs and vultures and shit, but not women.
Yeah. I've never had that. So I guess I guess maybe I never did meet a soulmate. That's they always say you have a soulmate somewhere. Well, I always thought that was a crock of shit.
Yeah, that's just like the people that died
But
and came back to life, horse shit.
but I can see it with children. Oh yes, yeah, definitely. I mean, I would die for those kids. I would murder for those kids. Yeah.
Do you
So
ever,
I think
think there's a possibility that you might not feel that way when they're in their 20s?
well, see, that's the problem, Tom. I won't see them in their 20s. See,
So it's connected to innocence.
I think so. I think so because they weren't asked to be brought in this world, and they had no choice in it, and they should have the most wonderful life that is possible. And so that's why I get very angry. I don't watch shows about kids at all that are treated bad or abused, or I can't watch any of that shit. I can't even talk about that. Uh, I'm very sensitive when it comes to kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Chris talks about loyalty. And what is that exactly? You get it broke off in your ass and you still stick with them? Or articulate what you think loyalty is. What is loyalty? I mean, I know what people think it is. Is that you just get treated for shit like 10 years in a row and you still stick with them? I mean, what is it? They go broke and you still lend them money. I mean, what is it? You're loyal. You're consistent in your behavior. Steph?
Well, I'm sorry. What, Tom? Loyalty?
Loyalty. Do you know?
Well,
Michelle?
I have, loyalty. I've had loyalty with, good friends, you know, sticking by somebody. Isn't that what that is?
I guess. You think
No matter what,
Yeah. Kind of like around there, loyalty. Michelle's injecting herself with a 10 cc's of Thorazine right now.
I think loyalty is still liking something or somebody, even if you didn't get the best end of the deal with something. Like, even if, like what you say, breaking off in your ass or whatever, like,
Oh, that's my girl.
even if like you feel that way, but then you still care about whatever.
But it's still a
So
specific criteria according to you. In other words, you'd laugh and I'm a nut if I was loyal to the life of Linda Lovelace till she died. It would just like, what are you talking about? It's like loyalty almost seems like to have a connotation of you're sticking with things when things are bad. Where I would be loyal to someone where things were always good, even though I didn't know them that well. I mean, there's levels of loyalty.
right. Well,
I think it's like, if okay, so like let's say you have a friendship or a relationship or somebody in your family, right? And let's say it's not going that well, your relationship with that person. But like you still tolerate it, like there's still some kind of like loyalty there, like, okay, I'm still gonna be here for you, whatever.
exactly. Yes, I know what that feeling is like. That's freaking loyalty, right, Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're loyal to your family. I mean, they're still your family. You're not gonna throw them out in the street because they
Exactly.
do
That's what,
something.
right.
I
Like, you're
mean,
not, like,
even though you don't like it, you're gonna
yeah,
stick with it. You're gonna help them. So I
right.
guess that is
Exactly. Yeah.
loyalty.
Hey,
I don't know.
do you think blood's thicker than water?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, you know,
I mean, like, you could, like, Stephanie, like, I think you can relate to this. Like, maybe maybe there was some kind of like outing, right? Like, something happened that wasn't the best outcome, but like, you could still have feelings. You could still care about that person, even if
Yeah, you're right,
like
Drew.
something
oh, of
like hurts,
course.
like
Oh, of course, Michelle. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, because I mean, that's like, even with friends do things you don't like, but they're your friend.
right.
You stick
Like,
by them,
I
you
can
know?
still, yeah, like, I can still pick up the phone and call like certain friends and we're still okay. Like, it's
Right,
weird how, like, even if time passes or let's just say they weren't there for me for something, I wasn't there for, do you know what I mean? But like,
right.
we could still get past it. There's no, I don't know what to call it. Like, there's no like hard feelings.
You think loyalty is related to character?
A little bit, because like it's like one of those things. Like, if you just run away every time somebody rubbed you the wrong way, or if somebody did like something that you didn't like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just, I don't know, like, people are humans, I mean,
Hmm.
stuff's gonna happen. I mean, obviously, to what degree,
Yeah.
where you could probably, like, it would be healthy to cut somebody off. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If we go into like certain degrees of how bad it is,
Yeah.
but
How about like, do you think you've got a long rope when it comes to cutting people off in your life? You
I've
get a lot of chances.
you know what, when I was younger, I used to cut people off like crazy. Like, if there was just even the whatever. And the older I got, the less I did it, and the more my relationships got better in life. Like, once you realize that, like, nobody's going to be this perfect person that in your eyes, like, no one's always going to, things are just going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's basically was like getting over myself. But yeah, there was a point in my life where I was like, if this relationship for whatever reason, like, isn't helping me out or whatever, like, it was like, I'm not dealing with it. Like, I'm not even going to try. I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to try. Whatever. Bye. And I did that to people when I was younger.
Mm-hmm. Steph, you like that? You hang in there through thick and thin. Need to cut them loose.
Oh, God, yeah. I know. I hang in there, until it, gets to where, yeah, I'm being used by somebody. Then I finally, say hello,
Mm-hmm.
uh, but, yeah, people that do me wrong now, I have no problem, saying fuck you, bye bye, except family, of course.
Right.
I could never, no matter whatever happened in my family, I could never cut anyone off. My family's so small now, there's hardly any of us left. Yeah, people that screw me over, no problem. Bye bye. Yeah.
Do you think your life would be different with no family?
Uh, yeah, because if I had no family, Tom, yes, I could say I was lonely. Yeah. probably be different. If I had no family, I'd probably be married or something. But because I have my family, I'm not lonely. That's why I don't need a frickin' husband anymore or a man.
Right, right.
And I'm not lonely for that part, of
Yeah.
my life.
Yeah, makes
I
sense.
would be lonely for the family part, yes, big time, but not for the relationship part. Nah. Mm-mm.
Would you say you're tight with your sister?
Yeah, as tight as we can be, because it's just me and her.
But I mean,
So
you
I
do-
am.
you
Yeah,
do most
I
of the work, don't you?
no, I have to be the passive one.
Right.
I can't because I don't like conflict, and so my sister's husband and myself, we're just passive toward her. So
Do you think all conflict is drama?
you mean all conflict, like you mean just in general?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah. It's unnecessary.
all conflict is drama. Yeah, I guess I kind of do. I think maybe it is. Yeah. Like even if you go in the store and have a conflict with a clerk, that's drama, isn't it? But see, as I've gotten older, I avoid any conflict. I don't like conflict. I don't like fighting. I don't like
My
arguing.
brother's the same way. Yeah, I know people that way.
I will, even if I know that person is wrong, I will agree just so there is no conflict.
That's my mom.
I mean, I know that's pathetic, but I just don't like it. I don't want it, So,
Stephanie's the hippie, right?
well,
Love, peace, harmony.
it's just, life's too short to, be arguing with somebody all the time and having conflict and drama. It's just, I don't want to go out like that,
Yeah.
I want it peaceful
Yeah.
and fun.
Right.
Yeah, so.
Tom's like losing his mind over here. Are you
Yeah,
okay?
I
Are you
lost it a
okay?
long
You're
time
touching
ago.
your ears.
I lost it a long time ago.
Yeah. Why do you think I agree with Tom all the time? I don't want no conflict.
Stephanie's like, Tom's a loaded freaking gun, man. I don't know what he has to say. Yeah, Tom, okay.
No, I disagree with Tom a lot. Yeah, I know.
You can't win. I don't want that 9-iron across the forehead.
It wouldn't be the 9-iron, it'd be the 357. God.
There's some animals fighting outside here.
Really? What is that? What do you think it is? It's probably not. Is it a bear? Go see if it's like a bear or something.
A bear?
I don't know. He lives out in the woods.
Hang on a second. Look.
Oh boy.
Wild animals.
Maybe we can get some footage, Stephanie.
Yeah.
There's something fighting out front. Where's that big fucking flashlight?
Tom, on the other hand, I think likes conflict and that sort of thing. I think he's that personality. We'll talk. We'll ask when he comes back on.
Well, I don't think it's conflict. He just likes to have like legitimate arguments.
I don't mind conflict. I'm not. I mean, it really like. Oh, Dominic is smashing his steak salad and coleslaw. That sounds good. Someone was thinking of bear too. I wonder if there is bears out there. Probably is.
Oh, there probably is. Oh, yeah. He lives out there. Yeah.
Hi, Blue. Oh, Blue's on. Blue Malibu. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let's see, Bill. I'm looking at the chat right now. See, I'm sure you see this too, Stephanie. It's hard to look at the chat when you're on a phone.
It
When
is.
you're on
I
your other
know.
phone. It's not that I'm trying to ignore you guys or I don't pay attention.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to see it. I can go back. I can go back to YouTube on the chat, but sometimes it kicks me out, so I'm afraid to do that
Yeah, it happened to me too a couple
to see the
times.
chat. Yeah. Now, I know we can look at it on our phone where it says chat.
Yeah.
If we push that and go to comments, I know we can see the chat. If we do that, I don't think. Okay, yeah, now I can see the chat now. Can you hear me still, Michelle?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I can see the chat now.
I don't
Blue
think it's
and
a bear.
Caroline and Crystal, Drifter.
Caroline. Hi, Caroline. Hi, Bill. Let's see. JMO's on.
I don't know what the hell that was, but it was loud.
Drifter.
I don't know what the hell that was out there. Something fighting, but it was loud.
Really?
Was it?
Well, some
Yeah,
people say,
I thought I heard something climbing up the tree, but Marty's got a flashlight and I have one too, and I didn't see anything. I don't know. It didn't sound like, I'm not really sure what it was. I mean, I couldn't tell. But it was there.
Weird.
It was right outside the front door.
well, you have cameras, right? You have cameras outside. No,
Uh-uh.
you don't have those anymore. Okay.
Uh-uh.
I know you had cameras set up in like wooded areas.
Yeah, but they're not like, nighttime, It's, I don't know what it's for a second I thought it was cats fighting. I do see a cat from time to time, but not much. It would sounded like to me like I don't know. If I was guessing, I think it was raccoons fighting.
Well,
Or something.
someone said coyote, maybe.
They don't come up. I never see them. They're around here. I've seen like 2 in 2 years, and I get them on the trail cam here and there, but not. They're very skittish,
Huh.
Yeah,
Weird.
I don't know what it was, but I like to, it sounded like something was getting attacked. Probably something just fighting over food.
So Tom, do you like conflict or no?
I think I do.
Yeah, I think so too. I think you kind of like it. Maybe not all the time and stuff. I think it kind of gets you going. I think it keeps you alive.
But I think it's like I like conflict, not drama.
Now I like gossip. I like gossip. I'm nosy. I'm an nosy old lady. I like gossip and shit. I like that.
Like, I don't like this bullshit you see on these YouTube channels.
Like
that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That gets old.
But like other conflict, I think I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, like devil's advocate. You know what I mean? The protagonist in a story.
Yeah. I've been known to do that too, so it's all good.
Really?
Yeah. Who doesn't like chaos and confusion? Mr. Corvette. Mr. Corvette says, who doesn't? See, but not everybody's like that.
It could be, Caroline, but I've seen 2 run across the road, but I never get them on trail cams, and I never see them with a flashlight. Could be. Yeah, that'd be a good guess, Bobcats. That's, come to think of it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have those around here.
Stephanie, maybe you can see the Northern Lights tonight. Apparently, the Northern Lights are supposed to be viewable.
Yeah, I got some great pictures from Mary and Dave.
Really?
Yeah, I'll send them to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I won't. It's still light here. It's only 8:30 at night here. It's not even dark yet.
I've seen him a bunch of times. I saw him in a Learjet one time, 37,000 feet, going to LA from Columbus.
Wow.
But I mean, it didn't, it wasn't like a better view than you. I'll tell you, get some kick-ass photos of his Northern Lights is Mary. Shit,
Yeah.
you'd think you were in Alaska.
She's in a prime spot too for.
Yeah, she is. She
They were
is.
talking about it on the news, like what areas. Let's see.
Yeah, it's they're really cool to see. It's like if you didn't know what they were, it's like you know what it reminds me of, like an old head shop, a light shining on the ceiling.
Yeah.
Like incense burning, those colors.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like hippie type shit,
Right.
Yeah, Mary gets some super good pictures of the Northern Lights. Yeah, I think they're really fun to see. It's really clear here. I mean, maybe I could. The problem around here is big, tall trees, So I wouldn't see them off in the distance down low. These 60-foot trees all around the whole property are, that's a little bit of an issue with sunrises and sunsets.
Right.
Being on the water or something like that.
I noticed in
I
the
didn't
south.
see that GMO. No.
I noticed in the south that they still have a lot of trees. There's still a lot more like forest area.
Oh, big time. But this area where I'm at, this is like sustainable forest. This is big paper company things. They're constantly replanting and clear cutting.
Yeah.
These are all trees that are cut down and then grow again in about 10 or 12 years. And then they cut them down again. They grow them sustainable. This is where the pulp from your boxes and school notebook paper come from. Plywood, 2x4s. It's huge here. If you go down to Florida too, the east side of I-75, just loaded with tons of pine trees, but it's the pulp they're looking for.
Okay.
And this is like softwoods, pine. We do have hardwoods, but this is mainly pine around here. Loblolly pine's the main one, the big giant trees that grow fast. Longleaf pines, which are kind of cool, they were mainly all cut down. It's a little far north for those.
Yeah.
And those are like kind of like endangered now, so you can't do anything. They used them for beams in old factories and stuff, and that's why there aren't any around here any longer. I got a neighbor down here. It's got 40 acres of them. They're pretty cool looking. They take forever to grow. I mean, which is why they're not, used for like, back then they didn't give a shit. You needed 65-foot trees for beams in factories. So you cut them down and never thought a thing about it. Well, that's why there aren't any around here. The ones that are about 20 feet tall. What surprises me, this is the Piedmont region. Yeah, Infilove. The Piedmont region where it's that red soil.
Yeah.
And not a lot of stuff grows that great here. You got to go south to get, we do get pecans, but you got to go south to get cotton, onions, those kind of things. We're a little north, It's like not the greatest soil for farming. You'll get spots here and there, but you don't see any like corn around here or anything.
Oh, there's corn everywhere here. Like you don't have
You
to
have
go
good
far.
soil here. You have good soil.
Yeah, we do. We have the corn's a huge crop.
Yeah, well, I just got some, a lot of the stuff we get from here comes from Florida. They're growing stuff all the time. Like I had that yellow sweet corn yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Sweet corn's the best.
And with this big chicken place that makes this chicken feed, they get all their corn from the Midwest someplace. I'm not sure where. Train loads of it, and they grind it up and make chicken feed out of it. Yeah. Pretty interesting. The paper business is huge. Making boxes, that kind of thing. You can use this pulp like 3 and 4 times.
Really?
Yeah. And then it's like you can't use it anymore.
Because I know
they make like plywood. They do it in Michigan too, but I didn't see the clear cutting in Michigan like I see down here. Yeah, it's an
Hmm.
interesting business. What's surprising to me is like, they'll cut down these forests, looks like shit, and then they just go out and they just fling these seeds everywhere, all over the place. It's like that. It's like half-assed. They like blow them out with this machine. Sure enough, like 3 weeks later, there's a 6-inch damn pine tree growing. Like no water in it, fertilizing it, nothing. I mean, they grow like hell. But see, like this property here, that's why this isn't a damn sustainable thing. For some reason, the trees just didn't. There's some properties here that acreage where they just don't grow right. I don't know really why. It all looks the same.
Yeah.
But instead of taking 11 years, it's taken 25 years. Well, they don't want those. So they end up selling them. And that's how
Okay.
property comes available here, like 200-acre tracts and stuff,
Yeah.
because they don't want to wait that long. And they're hard to sell because I guess they put a moratorium on these chicken raising things from eggs till like, I don't know, 9 weeks old or something like that. There's a name for them. And I thought that, I've read articles that said that they lower your property value 40%. But any time you got to wear a hazmat suit going in and out of there.
Yeah.
I've driven by a million of them and I've never smelled anything. Actually, the ones that were around here, I thought were vacant. They're not. So I don't know that it's that big a deal, but for whatever reason, they don't want any new ones done here. They'll have like 10,000 chickens in each one.
Yeah.
But it's not like you hear them or anything. I don't really get it. But the reason for that is because, when you look at tillable, productive soil, like to grow like legit vegetables and fruits, farmland's like crazy expensive now.
Yeah.
But here it's not too bad because it's just trees. Nothing else grows worth a shit. Yeah. Huge.
Interesting. I never knew about the farmland in Georgia.
Yeah. You get further south, that's where you get like a lot more things. And we have pecans grow here too. Like these big 3 pecan trees that you'll see in a lot of videos I do on these sunrises and sunsets. They're 125 years old. They're not producing nuts anymore. They're too old. And like if it was like a pecan farm, you'd have chopped these down long ago.
Yeah.
Like the coolest tree. There's some branches that are 50 feet long, totally horizontal.
Wow.
You could put like 10 swings on them. See anything?
No.
Yeah, that was loud, Marty. Yeah. Huh. Yeah,
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, farming's short because it's so damn expensive to get into farming. Who can do that anymore?
You
need
there's
$1 million
still,
just to buy the land, not counting the buildings and any of that stuff.
yeah. There's a lot of, the government gives a lot of grants and stuff to farmers. They get a lot of kickbacks if you want to
Zero
farm.
interest loans, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's either you have 5,000 acres or you're broke.
You're right, though. You're right. You do have to have a big farm to.
Yeah, I know in Michigan and stuff, they were like going like broke left and right.
Well,
Dairy farms, they work for free too, the small ones.
I know a guy that sold his farm recently within the past couple of years, and because none of his kids wanted it and everything, and he made a few million off of selling it.
Oh yeah, the property. That's another thing. People selling farms for developments.
Yeah.
It's starting to happen down here now. Affordable housing's a problem down here.
Oh, well, do you think it's mostly because, like you said, where you live, I'm sure it's a small town, so like that you figure the taxes coming in isn't big.
No, yeah, no, right, none.
You kind of need that to.
They don't even have a hospital.
You want this open?
Oh yeah, leave it open. Thanks.
You want the front door?
Yeah, I can open it. Yeah, you get the taxes here. Like we don't have a hospital.
Well, is land cheap there or no? Is land expensive?
It is
It's
cheap
gotta be
compared to
kinda
everywhere
cheap.
else.
Yeah, it's
Like
gotta be kinda
about
cheap.
now about 3,500 to 4,500 an acre.
Okay.
I paid 10 grand an acre 32 years ago in Florida, which seemed crazy. Now it's like 140,000 an acre.
Yeah, like if you can search out an area, I've known people who have made out like bandits because they bought something in a certain area. It wasn't that populated and it wasn't that awesome when they bought it, but give it like 10, 15
Yeah, that's how
years.
Florida was when I got there. Dirt
Yeah,
roads.
most of the people that I know, that's what it was in Florida. They
Yeah,
bought
here's
like,
starting to get like this. Will probably be like that this here in 30 years.
I
Be like
mean,
crazy. Yeah, it's nuts, man. Florida was like, I went down there, it was dirt roads, like no, like 2 gas stations.
right, it was,
Loxahatchee, Florida.
yeah,
In
it was like
fucking north.
farmland, right?
Kind of. It was more like open land that you couldn't really do too much farming on because a lot of it got wet.
Okay.
It's just
I
like
don't know.
fucking nuts what it went to. And they're real strict down there. I mean, you could own 20 acres, but you can only pay tax on 20, but you can only use 15, you know. Wetlands aren't always wet. And which I was cool with. It's all environmental stuff. I mean, there's so much shit connected to like wetlands. Like I know a guy in Michigan that locked horns with the state of Michigan and they filled in a pond that didn't have fish. And fuck, I think it cost him $3 million in legal fees and he lost. Because it turns out there's mosquitoes and other shit that grows in there that frogs eat and fish and birds eat the frogs. And
The ecosystem.
yeah, I mean, yeah, but it isn't, everybody thinks it's like sport fish and this kind of shit. It's not. I mean, it's like an instrumental part to like the ecosystem unrelated to like, you know, ducks and fish. And he lost. Yeah. And like there's wetlands that are never wet. It's just the way they categorize these things and their importance to like bugs and stuff like that. There's some places like you see articles on the internet now of places that lakes that have been dry like for 20 years and now they got water in them again. You know, it's warmer, this kind of stuff. Okay, Stephanie, you know, it's water, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I know with here it's mostly, I mean, you can grow just about anything here during the right time of the year, obviously, but
Yeah.
they usually do, apples,
Yeah.
apple trees, tons of apple trees, pears.
Yeah. Yeah, there's but you look at that like rich farm land like in Ohio and stuff, it's expensive, man. You know,
It's
even out
expensive.
in the Dakotas, it's like getting crazy. Cut
I
one,
mean,
three.
the only downside of it is, you have a farm and then certain circumstances, you're going to lose some stuff
Yeah.
sometimes,
Yep.
especially if you're in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Tornadoes.
Oh yeah, we didn't have that problem in Michigan, but you know things are warming up. They're getting tornadoes. We just got tornadoes there the other day. We don't get them too much down here. What I like about here, it rains like a motherfucker down here all the time. I love it. And then the sun comes out. It's
Is
not
it
like
like Florida? Is it kind of like Florida where it'll
not
like
quite that
downpour?
much, but
Okay.
yeah, like maybe
And then it'll stop and then the sun will come
70%
out
like
and
Florida.
you won't even
But
realize
the
it rained.
greens down here, you know, people think I edit those videos that I do and make them greener. I don't. That's just it, man. The greens down here are like crazy. The trees and the grass and like it's like so green. You know, it's like, jeez, man, you can't. It's beautiful. You know,
So it doesn't burn, so you don't have burned grass everywhere from the sun?
never. No, nope, never. No, never. It's weird. And it's weird here is like, you know, it'll rain like a motherfucker for 2 days. There'll be pooling water everywhere, and it's mostly sand and that red clay. And it'll be just like water everywhere, and like be the pools in the yard. And 3 days later, they'll have a no burn thing because of dryness.
Okay.
So weird. Like you
Yeah,
can't burn anything.
yeah, I think they have, what is it, the fire warning?
Yeah,
Like
fire warning, no burn
don't
thing. Yeah,
yeah, like don't throw your cigarette out the window. You might cause a forest
yeah,
fire type
yeah.
of
That's it. Yeah,
environment.
yeah, yeah. Michigan is getting a lot of tornadoes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they sure do. Yeah, we got. I mean, you go on YouTube, man. It's like you see those tornadoes. It's like, God damn, man. I think I would just be. It's like mesmerizing to watch them.
Oh, it wasn't for me, not up close and personal. You, I was driving, I think we were driving down 95 South. And no, it could have been 95 South because we were in Arkansas. But we were on an interstate and I saw my first tornado and I was like, go 100, honey, go. I want to get as far away from this thing. And I mean, it was probably like a mile or so away, but I saw it and I was like,
Yeah, I barely missed two, one in South Dakota and one in Southern Illinois. One I got early and one I was too late.
oh, it wasn't a fun experience because
No,
with
fuck
tornado,
no, man.
if you see a tornado, it's not a good thing because there's no there's no
No, that's it.
definite track for a tornado.
No, and you see a lot of these storm chasers get killed chasing them.
Well, yeah, because they don't know where you can't
No,
really
you
predict.
would think though, like if you see this big swirling, like it doesn't even look real. You
No,
look at these
it's but
things,
it's
I would like do a U-turn and get the fuck out of there. I mean, I
well,
know what they do. All you got to do is look at after one's gone through. You know, it's blowing semi trucks around and stuff.
yeah, like I knew something was up because I was like, okay, I looked at the sky. We didn't have the radio on or anything, but I'm like, I didn't look at the weather beforehand, and I saw the sky, and I'm like, this doesn't look normal. Like it just didn't look like a regular gray, like it was gonna rain or something.
Yeah,
And I was like, sure enough.
I was in a marble show one time, vintage marble show in Amana Colonies, Iowa, and there were
Hmm.
tornado warnings all the time. And there was one from the west, and before you know it, the sirens started going off, and it's like, fuck, I'm gonna go out and check this motherfucker out. And I was staying in a Super 8 because I had two little mini Greyhounds with me. I couldn't stay in the hotel where the show was across the street. So I go outside and I stand up in this big berm, and maybe like 25 miles away, you can just see this black, it just strikes a lightning. And it's like, man, this is so fucking cool. And it's like, I'm watching. I just sat there. I waited there like probably 15 minutes, and that fucker's getting close, getting closer and getting closer. And it's just like, I thought I better get inside. Well, what ended up happening is it came there, it fucked up a bunch of shit where I was seeing it. It lightened up like when it got to me, but I'm not kidding you. It was like the rain was sideways. Water was coming in like the sideways part of the windows. And I'm looking out. It's like, this is really cool. And then the building like was vibrating.
Hmm.
I remember thinking, I'm going to get fucked up in this goddamn tornado,
Yeah,
Then it
well,
just like got lower. So what ended up happening? It fucked up a bunch of shit before it got to me. Kind of lightened up where I was at, and then got bad again, like just to the east of me, and it killed 3 people.
wow.
But I can remember seeing it. Now I didn't see any swirling anything. Once I was in my room, I just heard like shit banging around and like shit all over the place. I didn't see any like swirling clouds or anything. It was dark. But I'll tell you, when that damn thing was coming towards us, it was pretty damn like awesome. It looked like somebody made an animation video of lightning. It was like that much. And when it rained, it was like so like windy and stuff. I remember you could see like the windshield wipers on cars that weren't running. It was like picking them up off the glass. Like how you grab them sometimes, like to clean your window.
Yeah.
It was doing that kind of shit. God. I saw a couple water spouts in Florida, but I never
I never saw that.
got nailed by them.
Yeah, I don't know. There was one time when I was in Florida and it was a tropical storm, and then the guys thought it'd be cool to, hang outside, around the coast and everything. And they're like, this is so cool. We can hardly walk the other way because the winds. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stay inside. But um, it ended up actually being a hurricane. They upped it after it came in.
I
And
was on a cruise ship one time where they got these crazy tropical storms. It fucked up Jamaica. It fucked up some other shit in the Virgin Islands. Like we had to skip 2 stops because it fucked up the docks where we were supposed to dock. 2 times on the ship that we went to our muster stations. You know, where they're telling you like you got to go out near the lifeboats. And I'm thinking, man, this is fucking cool. You know, now I'm like older. It's like, but back then I thought, oh, this is fucking awesome. This is just like an insurance requirement. I know the weather was bad. I got sicker than a fucking dog too. So my dumb ass, you know, they're blowing these things, and then they cancel the alarm. Everybody goes back in the room. So I thought, I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna go like see this. You know, I'm gonna see what it looks like outside. So goddamn dark out of your room. You know, you can't see shit. So I went out on deck. I opened this door. I go out there. I'm not shit. It almost swept my fucking ass right off the goddamn thing. I was holding on to like the rail and barely held on. And I grabbed it and I got back inside. And I remember looking like for like maybe 15 seconds. I shit you not. It looked like the goddamn Poseidon adventure.
I believe it.
I'm not shitting you. It looked like a movie, like, you know, like really, it was like waves like that, like 50 feet tall type shit. I got my thing, and I went back in there. I was with my wife, and I said, "You wouldn't believe what it looks like out there, man." Well, they're telling you like not to go out there, and like, you know, I'm thinking, oh yeah, I'll just like hold on to the rail. Fucking barely held on to the damn thing, man. I had a hard time getting the fucking door open.
Well, that's what happened with this tropical storm hurricane. The guys went outside, and I got video of them, and I told them don't do it. But of course, why listen to me? And they're outside, literally, like using the railing to like walk. It's because the winds were just.
So that's how it was there, and it was like just like you know, like sideways rain, like white caps, like just these giant waves, and I could see like the boat, the cruise ship, like tipping. Like I remember thinking, this fucking thing is going to tip over. It was like at a big night, like it wasn't like close to tipping over, but to me, compared to like being at flat and cruising around when the sun's out, this son of a bitch was like
all
you
over the
went from
place,
like
probably.
seeing the waves to seeing nothing when it like raised it up. It scared the shit out of me. I'm lucky I got the hell out of that damn thing.
Yeah, I couldn't. I was like, come on, you guys, let's get it. So let's go to a safe place. Let's go to the hotel. No, we want to freaking experience this. I'm like, all right. And I'm laughing. I'm like, there was a bar open. We were on the coast, and it was like this bar. And so I just stayed in, you know, we had dinner, whatever. And then they wanted to go have the experience. I'm like, all right, I'm staying in here. I'll videotape you guys. But yeah, they were literally.
When I was living in Florida, I had a neighbor drowned, teenager. They go out there and they surf.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm one of those damn. And he had a fucking life jacket on.
Yeah, even if you're I had a incidence when I was like, because I'm a really good swimmer,
Not me. I'm not. I'm terrible.
I'm very good at swimmer. I can hold my breath for a very long time. I've done all those agility
That part's
tests.
good.
Shut up. I did all the agility tests, you know, like I can do that. So I have this confidence, right? I go to Florida, and you know, people tell you kind of, you know, whatever. I'm like, oh, I got this. Freaking, you know, I got these awards, you know, it's not a big deal. Well, I got a reality check. I got some humbling in Florida, you know, but I mean, I got out of it, but I can't imagine if you weren't a good, like,
Well,
even if
Mary
you,
will tell you she was up fucking around. It drowns people all summer long. Look it up.
oh,
Pictured rocks, people drowning in kayaks. You know, Lake Superior is cold. It only gets to like 59, which doesn't seem cold, but if you're in it for a couple hours, it's tits up. And she got in a kayak one time and got damn near drowned out there.
yeah, don't get too cocky, man. Like I
No,
was
man.
literally, I was swimming what I felt was for my life, because that's
Oh,
how
fuck.
bad
Yeah, no,
it
I get
got.
it.
That's how bad it got. And
Oh,
luckily, because I have I mean, if I couldn't imagine if somebody like just kind of knew how to swim, you know, like
no,
doggy
fuck it.
paddle,
You know what
like
I
we
did one
would.
time? We had a hurricane come down there one time, and I had one of those old like World War II, you know, like life jackets, and not the kind, the little bullshit ring around your thing where you're drowned if you go unconscious, the kind
Like
that tilts your heads back.
yeah,
Yeah,
the real
you
deal.
got a chance of fucking living. So
Yeah.
I strapped that. I can't swim that great, but you couldn't. And I fucked around with it before. You go out in the water, and you were high in the water. It's like there's no fucking way I'm going to drown in this son of a bitch. So we get these crazy goddamn hurricane, not a direct hit, but it fucks up everything around there. Crazy
Yeah.
wave. So I go down to the beach. I get in the water. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Riptide gets my ass. I didn't really care though, because I knew eventually that I get back in there. I wasn't really worried. It takes my ass out about like 50 yards. I float south, for a while. It's daytime, right? They got these like buoy markers there where like during rough weather, they don't want you going up past that. And I grabbed that just to experience it. Like if I was going to be a swimmer that finally found something to grab onto until somebody saved me. And after about like 45 seconds, it like the waves are pounding and it's just, you get fatigued. You can't hold on anymore.
Yeah.
And it just like my arms are like feeling like they're getting pulled out. So I let go and I'd say it carried me down about a half mile. And then I eventually paddled up to the beach. I mean, I wasn't close to drowning or anything, but it gave me a very clear example of how easy it is to drown.
Yeah, I gave you a reality check.
Fuck yeah. Yep. Yeah, shit, man. I remember going up with a kid across the street. We went to Thessalon, Ontario. He was like 19. They took me up there. I was like 14. We go up there. It's windy. I don't have a life jacket on and I'm in a canoe. And I went out to go fishing. I didn't know anything, just a kid, never had waves like that. And it got windy and high waves. And I ended up getting in the front of the canoe. And that water was cold up there. I was in Canada because it kept blowing the front of the canoe around with me in the back. And I was like a young guy in shape, man. I barely made it to damn shore. If that son of a bitch would have capsized, I'd have probably drowned. Nobody even, I didn't get back and say, oh God, I'm glad I made it. Or nobody said, man, are you lucky? And it was just like, but I looked later on as I was adult, I thought, man, you're lucky you dodged that bullet.
Yeah.
There was a town about 20 miles south of me in West Branch. This mayor's son was at some place down in Michigan. They got a flash flood and 2 girls fell out of a canoe and her son went in to try to save them at like a dam.
Yeah.
And he saved them and he drowned.
Aww.
And the water wasn't even that deep, but it was like, one of those 4-foot, they call them tumblers. Get your ass at the bottom of it and you just like get disoriented. You lose your
footing.
breath. And all of a sudden you're inhaling 2 big like lungfuls of water.
Yeah, if he hit something on a rock too, because if
Yeah.
there's lots of rocks and stuff, broken ankle or
Oh yeah,
whatever
no,
else.
exactly. No, it scared the hell out of me. I know that even when I was messing around with kayaks in Michigan and stuff, it's like, I know my limitations. I wanted so bad to take my kayak under the Mackinac Bridge and go over to Mackinac. But I thought, fuck this, man. You're too old. And just weird shit happens. Wind crops up. That's a 5-mile thing. And if nothing changes and everything's all right, no problem. But that's the same way airplanes crash. If you can't really tell the potential of a pilot on a clear, bright, sunny day with no wind. You don't really know how good this guy is until something happens. Like an engine out, oil comes across the windshield. Now it's a whole nother ballgame. Anybody can get in a plane in a nice day and not much wind and go to A to B, but you let something go wrong and see how you do.
Well, that's what
People do it though, Blue, all the time. They do it all the time, but they have sea kayaks, and that's not what I had. They say when you're kayaking, if the water's 70 degrees or colder, to wear a wetsuit, even in the summer. If you look at the temperature lapse rate of how your body expels heat 250 times faster wet than if you're dry. So even if you fall out in what you would consider warmer water at 70, you'll be dead in 15 hours, even if you're a healthy athlete. Go look at kayak drownings in Michigan and Wisconsin. A lot of these motherfuckers are like college swimmers and shit. but you just hypothermia gets you. Your body shuts down, and it doesn't need to be frozen. Yeah, crazy. But look at there's some horror stories, particularly in Wisconsin. Whole families die.
Wow.
They rent these cheap ass kayaks and they go out and it gets windy and a fucking storm comes in and drowns every fucking one of them.
Well, I mean, I don't want to sound like a downer on something that could be really fun for your family, but you should always go through whatever you do, go through like safety training,
No, I'll tell you what I
be
do. Even in the winter, like when I go out and fuck around up north in the winter, I had all sorts of survival shit. But people get caught. There was a young couple and their baby they found froze stiff to the ground. They were out doing drugs, getting high, got lost, got stuck, ran out of gas, and froze to death.
Oh.
Have you ever been disoriented, like in the woods?
Oh yeah, I have.
It's scary.
It is. It's happened.
You're walking in goddamn circles.
Well, there was like well, this wasn't like a being in the woods, but in Canada they had this maze thing, right? And my family wanted to do it. I'm like, all right, let's do this, whatever, just go with it. I ended up having to like cheat and like jump over climb up over the thing just because I was so sick of being in this stupid maze for like a half an hour. It was like,
fucking ain't right.
I got through it in like 15 minutes. I'm like, I'm not dealing with this.
I had all sorts of I was actually on the sheriff's list for a while to go look for fuckers because they really don't have the resources, the equipment for that. But, up where I was at, I mean, I had every kind of winter survival thing. I really got into it. Tents, all sorts of cool shit. I'd look for people, no fucking problem. I mean, but I was prepared to be lost, which isn't really lost. I had all the 3 layers of clothing, the wicking, the warmth, the keeping you from getting wet. I had $500 pair of boots. I mean, I wasn't like, a guy that was in cheap shit he bought at Walmart and ran out of gas in a snowmobile. Didn't know where the fuck he was because he didn't think he'd run out of gas there. I mean, it's different when you go into a situation knowing where you're at and prepared to be out there for a long time rather than just somebody up there drinking, having fun, getting lost and running out of gas when it's fucking 2 degrees outside. Yeah.
But you should always know how to survive in case of, even if you're just going out there to have fun, you should at least have some kind of knowledge.
And yet if you look at drowning accidents, water-related injuries and drowning, it's high. It's like 70% of the time it involves alcohol.
Oh, well.
When I was down in Florida, I didn't know them, but I rented when I was building a house, and there were 3 pro baseball players that went out drinking. I've been disoriented at night too, and they're out there drinking and fishing, fucking around. I don't know. They decided to end it. I don't know. Maybe it started to rain, whatever. You're drinking. It's dark. You start this motor, and like you just think you know where you're going. So these guys have one of these big kick-ass bath boats that does 70 miles an hour. Well, it was one of these scenarios where they thought, they were going east and they were going west. You get disoriented out there. They hit a fucking dock doing 70 miles an hour. It killed 2 of them, and the other one never pitched again. Hit a fucking dock at full speed.
Oh.
Yeah, just so disoriented and thinking you're knowing where you're at and hit a fucking dock.
No drinking and snowmobiling, you guys, okay?
But there's a big relationship to water deaths and alcohol. You're doing stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when I used to water ski.
I suppose smoking marijuana too, probably, You're just
maybe, yeah.
When you get disoriented, man, I've done it in a couple airplanes a couple times. I've been lost like maybe twice. The clouds are low. You're not getting great receptions. You're up in northern Michigan. 2 times I probably had it happen. It wasn't that bad, though, because I knew I'd eventually hit Lake Michigan or I'd eventually hit Lake Huron. I mean, I was lost, but eventually I had enough gas to figure out where I was. But it's scary to be like in a plane and you're too low to get good radio, or your nav equipment doesn't work that great, and it's darker than a motherfucker. And you're looking down, you see a like light here and there, like a cabin out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and you're thinking, you start like doubting this shit. It's like, is this fucking right? You know, this doesn't seem right. You're turning east and you don't recognize anything. You're turning west and you don't recognize. It's like, where in the fuck am I? That was before like GPS. And you're too low to get BORs worth of fuck. Needles swinging all over the goddamn place. I mean,
Yeah.
you kind of know where you're at, but not really. It's fucking scary.
Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah.
happened to me before. Go out of the woods. It's
Yeah.
late at night. And freaking everything looks.
Yeah, everything. Yeah, night will
You
get.
have to make marks so that the people do leave, like
Yeah, drop
signs
things like a
and
deck of
marks.
cards or whatever.
Yeah, like
Mhm.
you can leave those things around.
And a lot of that shit, depending on where you're at, they're not going to risk rescuers dying because it gets like so bad. They're not going to go out and send 3 people to look for your dumbass when the conditions are that bad. You know?
I gotta give it to those rescue people that go out in those
fuck yeah.
horrific conditions.
It's easy to do in airplanes, man, especially if you're renting airplanes. If you're belonging to I belong to Flying Cubs where I had my old planes. You know, you got to have them back and you got to go to work and all this fucking shit. And, you know, if you don't have an all-weather equipped airplane and a lot of instrument time, like the pressure's on, you got people with you. They got to be to work Monday. You're up in Mackinac Island, it's fucking low ceiling. It's like, God damn, you know, the pressure's on. What are you going to do? Rent a car? Pay for the airplane even though you're not flying it, take 2 more days off work, then go back there and hope it gets night. It's just the biggest setup in the world to get killed. Happens all the time. Time constraints. Before you know it, they found the plane, you know, scattered all over a goddamn cornfield. Using fucking DNA to figure out who's who. It happens. I know why. Yeah, look at John Kennedy Jr. He didn't even know how to work the autopilot. That stupid motherfucker were to work the autopilot, he'd have made it. He didn't even know how to work the fucking autopilot. I know a guy that gave him some dual through flight safety. I had the same airplane, except I didn't have retractable gear. I had the Cherokee 6, the PA-32. He had the Saratoga, which was the same airplane, only the gear came up. Not much faster and a hell of a lot more expensive to maintain. And he'd probably gotten lucky scud running a few times, getting there to Martha's Vineyard. And that time he didn't have an instrument rating. But he could have punched that in the... Now, that would have still been a scary ride. He punched it in the autopilot and at least got turned around or at least got to Martha's Vineyard. He's up there fucking around, got disoriented, killed the whole goddamn family. He was known as a real fucking dumbass, though. He struggled with every rating he had. I saw him in Chicago one time. He had a cast on his foot from cracking up a fucking powered parachute. And as it turns out, he was out flying around on a real windy day. It took him forever to pass the bar. It took him 5 times more hours to get his pilot's license than required. More money than brains. Yeah, had it made. And, you know, he had the money. He could have chartered a plane, whatever, but he's going to take his wife and his sister-in-law, and we're going to fly to Martha's Vineyard and kill them all. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you never really know. I mean, you just don't believe it's going to happen to you, you know. And I've been everywhere in Alaska. Spent time. I've been alone up there for 3 months. I met Timothy Treadwell, the guy that got eaten alive by bears. There's only 2 places you can charter. He used one. I used. He just happened to be there, and he wasn't famous or he hadn't died yet. And you don't believe that, just like I didn't. You don't think that you're gonna You don't think it's going to be you that's going to get eaten alive by bears. It's other people.
I would be so, I would not be in that mentality at all, but I think that's so cool that you
But
went.
he was like in a really like near Katmai National Wildlife Refuge. That was like, there were bears where I were, but not like they were where he was. I never even fucking it didn't bother me that much. Now, no fucking way. But they both ate those fucking bears, ate that motherfucker alive, and his girlfriend ate him alive. What a way to go! They, through this forensic bullshit and an audio recording, no video. They turned a camera on when these bears were coming up there, and it recorded him getting eaten alive. Not her. But she was obviously, through forensic testing, alive 2 or 3 days after she witnessed her boyfriend getting eaten alive. You talk about scared. And then she ends up getting eaten alive too.
That's so weird.
Oh my God, man. What a way to go. I'm telling you, Blue, they can say what they want, but when those videos first came out, there wasn't any of this bullshit that they were made up. And that Herzog, that filmmaker, he's a fucking jack off. I thought he really you shouldn't talk about people that you made a documentary about when they can't defend themselves. I mean, Timothy Treadwell was a very likable guy. I mean, I thought that when I met him. He was eccentric. I think he was, if I had to guess, bipolar. And that's not cool how he talked that shit about him. But when that first came out and that audio was on YouTube, they said, it's like everybody, this is it, it got put out. And then later on, when they made those, Werner Herzog made those documentaries, and that girl that was friends, and she claimed she'd never play. That was a bunch of fucking bullshit. Though that is him screaming, and she told him to hit the bear on the head with the frying pan. Now, I can't prove it, but that's not made up bullshit. That was him getting eaten fucking alive. Have you ever looked it up? Look up Timothy Treadwell. I'm telling you, if you're sensitive to this shit, don't, man. I swear to God, man, I had a fucking nightmare over this after I heard it. You hear him like the bear coming in there, and if you're sensitive to this shit, don't listen to that, man. I had a damn nightmare. It's the audio on a camcorder that they turned on. This bear was coming into their shit, and you hear from beginning to end that motherfucker eating him alive.
Do you think that's kind of weird that if somebody feels that they're in danger, that they went to turn on the camcorder?
No, I actually not really. I mean, I'd do some shit like that. If I thought, people wonder, I think it was like, why the fuck not? I mean, I'd want them to know, like, hey, look, put this, use it for whatever you want. I mean, if this could, like, I think it filled in a lot of blanks. Let's just say you find Timothy's jeans hanging out of Bear's ass. A week later, you're going to be thinking, God damn, wonder how that happened, And then you find, that bear was shitting out her fucking necklace too. And you're thinking, God, how the fuck did this happen? Were they trying to pet the motherfucker? There's movies that's crazy son of a bitch swimming with them. And you're wondering, how did this happen? Now, when you're going into the winter season, those bears want to stock up on like extra food and get fat before they hibernate. And they told him to get the fuck out of there. He didn't have a good relationship with the Park Service. They had busted him a couple times for having a generator back there. Well, he had a generator back there so he could charge his camera batteries. And he stayed too long. But you know what, though? The other side of that is he got away with that shit for like fucking 12 years before they ate him alive. So it's like any bullshit. Flying in bad weather, riding motorcycles while you've been drinking. He finally caught up to him. But it's interesting. I'm just warning you that to hear somebody getting eaten alive is chilling.
That's
I think it's
crazy.
like in its own level of like, I watch motorcycle wrecks and plane crashes and parachutes not opening. It isn't like this. This motherfucker is screaming why he said he's killing me because he was biting his head. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no wonder why it gave you nightmares.
And then she was up there 2 or 3 days alone, no cell phone service, and got eaten alive too.
That's weird.
Yeah, fucking scary as fucking hell, man. I mean, I can't think of a worse way to go. All of a sudden, your boyfriend's like gone. Motherfucker's like, you see his fucking shoe on the ground, and you're like, how you gonna sleep? Oh, those fucking bears climb. I mean, you're fucked.
Well,
You're just scared out of your goddamn mind. And 3 full days later, you hear this son of a bitch knocking over shit, coming in the damn thing, knocking over fucking your goddamn frying pan and shit. And then he sees your ass. You're thinking, oh no. And he eats you too. I mean, I can't think of a worse way of going. I'd rather be like murdered or like fucking at least jump off the World Trade Center. It wouldn't be, but to get eaten alive by a bear. It's one thing to get eaten alive. I think he was in a better position than her. Motherfucker came out, ate his ass alive, and it was over. She was there 3 days alone in the middle of fucking nowhere, worried she was going to get eaten alive too, and she did. That is scary.
Well,
that crazy ass fucking bear. I shouldn't say he's crazy, just being a bear. When they, hadn't heard from this month, they went to pick him up to come back for the year. He was a waiter in California in the winter. The motherfucker wasn't out there waiting. It's like, I wonder what happened to these mums. There's Blue. Just copy that right there, what Blue just put. Right there. They come back, they can't find him, so this fucking guy knows something up. Actually, the guy that found him worked for the guy that I used. Not that that means a goddamn thing, but it's a small world up there. It's short season. And they land there to see what the deal. And that fucking bear wanted to eat them too, and they killed it, shot it. And they opened his stomach, and they found, Timothy Treadwell's fucking watch and her necklace hanging out the bear's ass. Fuck that. And he was such a damn lover of nature and bears. If they caught you back then, Bush later changed that. Back then, if you got caught with a firearm at a federal park, your ass would go away like a child molester. It was a big ass fucking criminal charge. It's not like that now, but it was back then. I mean, I'd have had a motherfucking bazooka. I don't know how the fuck you sleep back there at night with this goddamn shit around. Even if you'd have had a can of goddamn bear spray, this fucking crazy fucker actually thought he bonded with him.
Well, what I don't understand is she was out there 2 or 3 days after the incident happened and couldn't find any help from a park ranger.
No, you look at where that's at up there. I had the same thing. I was up there almost 3 months by myself. No, you got to sign a waiver. You pay people to drop you off in an airplane in those remote places. And they like, I got dropped off in June. They said, we'll see you in September. There's no passing ship. The whole time I was there by myself out in the woods, I didn't see one person. The whole time.
That is so crazy. Did you write a journal during that time?
No, it was fun for the first 2 weeks. I was fucking about ready to go crazy.
Of course.
They say that Into the Wild guy that, he ate plants because he was hungry. Man, if I'd have found one of those motherfuckers, I'd have ate it after about a month. Like the days never end and it's light. You don't get any darkness really up there. You're up there in the Arctic Circle, during the summer. I fished, I fucked around, I had freeze-dried food, cost fish, but I fucked up big time, man. I should have tested it out for a shorter time period. Yeah, and it was a big, huge, giant mistake. I wanted to get out of there after 5 days.
I believe that.
And I was up there for fucking 11 more weeks. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever done in my life. I was so fucking like I tell people Alaska's beautiful. Really, it's truly the last frontier. Take a cruise though, but that cured me. People say, "You want to go back to Alaska?" Fuck no. That was really dumb, man. I mean, and then when you're just like, I thought I wanted to like really take a good bite at the apple of like living in the wild. Yeah, I should have tried it like in a different way. Yeah, no cell phone.
Oh, I wouldn't be.
You could have a flare gun. Nobody'd fucking see it.
I mean, if there were people up there with me, it'd be a different story. But just to be by myself.
No, I mean, you see, but you read these books. You think of the wild. You think of Alaska. You think you're going to be free, and maybe I'll just do this. And like, it's probably mental illness too. You're going to get away from this rat race, and you're going to bond with Mother Nature before you know it. Like, if I'd had a gun, I'd have probably killed myself. It was like beautiful. They got these big, giant, fucking like jellyfish. They're like 6 feet wide. Their tentacles like 40 feet long, and you like look in this clear water, and they're just like, everything's giant up there. They're just like moving through the water, like see through, and it's like shit like that. The otters up there, the sea otters.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much they weigh?
How much?
200 pounds. Yeah, cabbage is like huge. Everything up there is jumbo, including the sea otters. And you're just like, it is beautiful, but it was just like a major, huge mistake.
That's neat, though. I mean, at least you got to experience Alaska.
I've been everywhere in Alaska, all the way down through the Aleutian Islands. I spent 2 weeks up in Barrow. I've been all over through Denali, all that fucking shit.
I always found
all
it.
over the place.
I always found it like interesting. Like I wanted to visit there, but I always knew that it wasn't going to be a long, permanent visit to Alaska because
You'll go fucking. Alaska sucks, man. If you're used to like living in the lower 48. In Fairbanks, I mean, that didn't really interest me. I've been to Fairbanks. That's where you get the super. Once you get away from the water, that's where you get the 50 below zeros in the winter.
mm-hmm.
I hate, tons of fucking drugs. The crime in Alaska is through the fucking roof.
Well,
on an Alaska cruise, you don't need to worry about that social shit. It's not a Kid Rock party to the Cayman Islands. An Alaska cruise is cool. And the only way you get into like Glacier Bay and see some of that shit is on a cruise. If you look in Alaska, you're not driving up along the water in a car the whole way. You have to take a cruise. And it's a different type person. Yeah. If you want a vacation to stay away from people, go up there. Let me tell you, Anchorage is a fucking shithole. It's like Detroit. People think, oh, Anchorage, Alaska, I'll go up there, drink out of the stream and, see murder, prostitution, HIV, drugs, theft, crime. Fucking every scumbag in the world in Alaska lives in Anchorage. It's a dump.
Well, it's got to be. I heard a lot. I don't know if this is. You could probably speak more upon this, but I heard like Alaska is mostly like alcohol.
Yeah.
People are depressed because of the light.
Seasonal affective disorder. Especially like you get up in Barrow. That's as far as north you can go in the Arctic Circle. And it's like, no wonder these people are going crazy. Oh, fuck yeah, it gets cold. They get like 70 below zero and shit. They get no like sunlight for like 6 months.
That's like a recipe for disaster.
It's super expensive. Super expensive. Fuck, I was paying like $300 a night, I think, at a bed and breakfast fucking 30 some years ago.
Yeah, because they had
fucking tacos. Tacos is like
$20.
A piece. Fucking like gallon of orange juice is like $44, shit like that in Barrow. And it's all these indigenous Eskimos. And it's just like, it's poverty really kind of, they'll have like 20 sled dogs chained outside, fucking like 50 snowmobiles upside down, the track off, and they looked like they were made like in 1940, shit laying all over. You know, now since then, they've changed the name of that. They went back to like these old original indigenous names. And the federal government really intervened, you know, because all this equality and all this stuff, like they have like nice high schools and like good libraries and shit like that. But it's fucking another world up there, Barrow. You'd have to be out of your fucking mind to live there.
You figure you're off the grid. It's freezing all the time. Well, not all the time, but
Well, they do have like it's modern there, but it's like not like modern like you're used. It's so fucking cold there. It's ridiculous. It's an interesting place. Like, you know, I wish the hell YouTube and all that shit was around. You know, I took photos, but like video really wasn't around back then. But there's a lot of videos now in Barrow, Alaska. Watch some of them. You'll see what I mean. It's like, I found out too after I was there that it was nothing for people to get stranded there. Like they do fly jets up there, Air Alaska, 737s. And they're like cowboy motherfuckers too. When I was flying from Anchorage to Barrow in a 737, the fucking pilot comes on. This is no bullshit. Pilot comes on and said, "Hey, they're doing an expedition on the national park, and there's some mountain climbers up there where the people like to see them. Let's take a boat." The fucking flight attendants come back. She like counts the people and see. It was like 60 people wanted to see it and 20 people didn't. It's like, this fucking pilot take this fucking airliner, gets down low. We circle the Mount McKinley, and you can see the camp, tents and shit. We circle it like 2 times to the right, 2 times to the left. I'm thinking, this is cool as fucking hell. Then he climbs back up, and we go on to Barrow. It was just like insane shit like that. You know, there's like cowboys. I don't even know if you could do that now. You can't fly. There's no jets that go into Barrow anymore. I saw it on the Weather Channel, a documentary. That's what got me interested. They're taking a full-fledged 737-200 with squat switches, so the engines and the spoilers and flaps came down the second the wheels touched. And I thought, there's no way they're doing this on a 7. And they did. When the plane lands, everybody claps.
But I guarantee you, in Alaska, you probably saw a lot of things that you just don't see everywhere else.
Yeah. Okay, what else I saw? Try and get fresh fish in Alaska. Almost impossible.
Really?
Try and get king crab. You can fucking forget it. It all gets shipped to Seattle, processed, and then shipped back to a restaurant at frozen. If you don't know somebody up there that has like subsistence where they can catch it themselves, you're fucked. You'll get the worst seafood in the fucking world while you're in Alaska. You go to restaurants and it's all coming from Seattle. Makes a round trip, even though they caught it there. Yeah, it's crazy. You think you'd be like catching these like fucking 9 feet salmon and shit and cooking them on a campfire. You're not a resident there. And the season's short.
Now, what wildlife was prominent in Alaska?
Fucking, I went down to Homer, and you know, like if I see a bald eagle, I know what it looks like. You know, the way they fly and the look. And sometimes you see shit, it's so unbelievable that you don't believe it. And I'm down there in Homer, it's big halibut fishing. They catch these fucking giant halibut, which is a kick-ass fish now. Fucking giant, huge, like last year lifetime frozen halibut. You know, you get it frozen, you send it back, which is crazy expensive. It's cheaper to get at any fucking grocery store where you can find it in your home state. This notion of catching these fish and shipping them back ended up costing you twice as much. But up there, like I'm looking at the beach at Homer, and I see like these birds, like 200 birds. I'm thinking to myself, wow, those are fucking really great flyers, you know, and I'm kind of far away. I said to this guy, what the fuck are those? He said they're bald eagles.
Bald eagles, yeah. I heard that they're very prominent there.
200 of them at a time.
Yeah, I heard, yeah.
Halibut's like crazy expensive now, but those halibut, look at the sizes of those halibut I get. But you go up there, first of all, everything's super expensive. You can get there reasonably for a plane ride, but lodging is fucking nuts. I mean, bait's crazy, fishing lines, nuts. So you catch these fucking fish. You don't know shit. You just know that you like fish and you want to have it when you get home. it ends up costing you like fucking $80 a pound or some shit. You take it to a place, they process it, they chop it up, they flash freeze it. It weighs fucking 9 tons. It's perishable. So now you got to pay this kind of shipping once you answer yes to perishable. Before you know it, this goddamn fish is costing you like $100 a pound, but you can tell everybody you caught it. No, it's crazy expensive to ship fish back from Alaska. But look at those halibut, how big those motherfuckers are.
Did you ever stay in an igloo? Like, is that a thing?
No, I never did. I mean, when I was up there, hey Jeff, the indigenous people, I hate to say this, but I'm just telling you my observations, not good or bad. It was like overweight, missing teeth.
Okay.
You know, they're dry cities, but they get booze smuggled up there. You know, just like I said, just yards loaded with junk. You know, like fucking 20 dogs chained, those fucking kind that pull those.
Do you think
sleds.
so do you think this could be it too? Do you think some people just get this idea like, I want to live off the grid?
Yeah, me.
And then after about a month or so, they're like, fuck, they're like, nope, I'm moving back to,
Fuck yeah, you go. I'm telling you, man, you go fucking crazy up there. It's beautiful, but you go fucking nuts. It's nothing for people up there to like go to eye doctor appointments 500 miles away. A chiropractic adjustment is 250 miles away. Everybody has to go to like, you know, your chances of having a medical emergency out in those places like there, they don't have hospitals. Everybody has to go back to Anchorage or Fairbanks. And if it's not good weather and you gotta like be at this Mickey Mouse medical facility until like the weather clears, it's not good. You know, it's nothing. It's crazy. And you look at the distances, like, I mean, the distances, like where I was in the Aleutian Islands, is like the same from Anchorage to where I was, is almost the same from like Detroit to Fort Lauderdale. I mean, the distances are fucking huge in Alaska. It takes forever. Yeah. Planes, everything, you know, and the weather, you know, it's fun, but it's like, I wouldn't want to live there. No way. Like I said, the drugs are crazy. No wonder they're on fucking drugs.
Right?
Yeah. And like, you know, if you're a professional out there, you're working for the weather service or oil or some shit like that.
Yeah.
If you're just a Joe Blow that grew up there, you know, it's so goddamn expensive. Like, and you're not a professional. It's a tough way to make it. Now they do get subsistence because they're Alaskan residents from oil and all this bullshit. And you can go out and catch shit whenever you want, but it doesn't make up for what you lack on a daily basis.
I couldn't do it.
But the cruise isn't like that. The cruise is like comfort. It's so damn ridiculously beautiful. It's unbelievable. Now you do stop at all the tourist traps and all that shit, but sitting in your room and looking out those windows at these snow-capped mountains and this crazy ass wildlife is like worth it. You get interior Alaska, you're driving around and shit. You're driving your fucking ass off, paying up the ass for rooms. Dinner's crazy. I highly recommend a cruise. Most of them leave Seattle or Vancouver.
I probably would do that, but I'm not a big cruise fan, but I might actually go.
No, but it's not. It's
Alaska
like I said, it's not.
Yeah.
There's no like fucking disco ball and heavy drinking and slot machines on an Alaskan cruise. It's more like lectures of sustainability and wildlife. It's not. It is a cruise, but it isn't like a Kid Rock. You know.
Okay.
3
booze cruise.
No,
Like
not
a
at all.
booze cruise.
No. I mean, you can get a glass of wine or a beer, but
yeah.
You're
It's
not.
not.
Like, nobody's jumping off the sides, the
Yeah.
Alaskan
Yeah.
cruises. Yeah. But it's, I'm glad I did it. But a lot of shit's like that. I hitchhiked all over a lot when I was young. And, I tend to look at it in a favorable way. But it was a lot of there's nothing romantic about riding freight trains and hitchhiking. They make it look that way in like movies and YouTube things, but it's dirty. You stand a chance of getting in trouble or hurt. You're going from railroad yard to railroad yard, then walking your fucking ass off to get a slice of pizza at a party store. It's not romantic. Dirty.
Roughing it.
Yeah, but when you look back on it, it's like, well, I'm really glad I did that. You think it's just like 80-degree day. You're riding on this freight train. It's free. You're seeing that's kind of true, but most of the time it's like cold, miserable, desolate, and not fun. I mean, of course it's free. It sucks. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I did. I can't even do that shit now, really. I mean, people do it, but not like the old days.
Tom was the drifter nomad.
Yeah,
Right?
no, I took jobs, places, washing dishes and shit for like a week sometimes, that kind of thing. I'll tell you an interesting guy. He got run over by a train about 6 years ago. Cool guy. Stobe, Stobe, the hobo. Cool guy. He was actually in the Coast Guard. Great piano player, alcoholic, and got hooked to the rails. And he ended up getting taken out, I think, outside Baltimore. Probably drunk, but a really neat guy. And that's kind of what I was thinking. There was a movie that came out, Scarecrow, with Al Pacino and Gene Hackman. That kind of inspired me to do a lot of that shit.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Most people, they talk about doing stuff like that, but most people wouldn't do that. So that's cool.
Oh wow, Blue, you had that happen to you. Viral hepatitis from eating steamed clams. Wow. That's scary. That is wild. Viral, huh? Huh. How long did it take you to get over that? Huh. Yeah, but like I said, and like I said, Alaska, you'd think, oh, seafood, you're going to be like, wrong. You'll get a better deal on crab legs in Toledo, Ohio than you will in Alaska. Shit, you're not. Kodiak or Anchorage. It's all like majorly tourist hap. Oh, wow, that's scary. For 2 weeks? Holy shit. It's weird because I would have thought raw clams, yeah, but steamed, I'd have thought that it'd have been hot enough to get you out of the woods. Huh. Oh, Hobo Shoestring? I didn't really care for that guy. He just passed away last month. Yeah, I didn't really care for Hobo Shoestring, but look at, did you watch Stobe at all? Stobe actually is how you pronounced it, but he went by Stobe the Hobo. I didn't care for that fucking Hobo Shoestring guy for some reason. First of all, you're not supposed to be fucking doing it. It's trespassing. Oh, I bet you were, Blue. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I got some bad Italian sausage one time in West Palm Beach and thought I was going to die. Sure felt like it.
I had bad seafood once, and it wasn't good for a couple days. I think I ate too much shellfish, and so I never ate shellfish again. That's how bad it was.
No, I had that happen with chestnuts one time as a teenager.
Really?
I
Or you
had
got
one
really
since.
sick? I was like, I'm okay. It wasn't that good.
Yeah, I was reading some articles of smoking foods and shit, and I still toy with the idea of doing that someday, but I hope I don't. And these places get into trouble holding this food. Like you don't want to throw a fucking rack of ribs away that took you 8 hours to smoke, and they get in trouble with holding it. I'll tell you another big thing that makes people sick in the summertime is hummus and Caesar salads.
Oh, the romaine.
Yeah.
Geez,
Romaine,
do you know
and
how
you
many?
know what gets most of them? The egg white. It's the same with the E. coli on unwashed eggs.
Yeah, we we had so many problems with romaine. Like that was always the
Really?
crop for whatever reason. For what I can't go into the details, but we would have to get rid of romaine recall.
Romaine's
Romaine.
better lettuce too.
I know romaine's good lettuce. But they always had issues, and what sucked the most, I think, is seeing all the waste. Just because if if one or two people they get sick, you're throwing away tons of it.
Yeah. Hey, how did that fucking shoestring guy die? Would he get sepsis or something? Yeah. Yeah, romaine. That's interesting.
Yeah, it was always romaine.
Huh.
I
Did you
mean, it
guys
was
get any of those brown recluse spiders in the bananas?
the only time that I ever saw it. I tried to look it up too because I was really interested. Was there was a spider jumping around in the tropical part? A customer came screaming. I was like, all right, what's going on? Because you see a lot of weird um,
Yeah.
bugs and a lot of stuff comes on those trucks. And
Yeah, look at it. Google it, Boop Boop.
I had the kids. I'm like, come on, you guys, let's look at this. And they were trying to look up what kind of spider it was, and should we call any of the environmental people, and what should we do? But I don't think it was like a poisonous spider. We ended up figuring out what kind of spider it was, but
Huh.
yeah, it happens every now and then. You'll find something interesting coming in from the different country.
Well, you look at that. You look at that Chesapeake Bay. That's a dirty ass place. Oh, bag salads. I get them all the time.
Oh, the bag salads are the worst to get sick off of
Man,
because
I never got sick. What do you get? What do they get? What's making you sick in those?
those are usually the ones that have the any kind of bacterial thing like
From what?
salmonella, E. coli,
Really?
salmonella, whatever. They trace it usually back to, and it's usually the bag salads too. It's usually romaine. Well, the thing is that
Quit eating
uh,
those damn things. How often?
let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's not all the time, Blue, but when it happens, it's usually like anything bag, chop, romaine, packaged, romaine. I don't know. That's just so then we would have to wipe out that whole section, anything with romaine,
She
throw it
says
away.
that romaine's hard to clean at the ends.
That's probably what it is. It's probably what it comes down to. Plus, with the packaged salads, they get processed more, so more people touch them.
But isn't that machinery?
I don't think it's all machine. It's not all machine. I mean, I'm sure a majority of it is.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna quit getting the last thing I need. That sausage I cooked in my snack cake.
Let's see.
Hell's causing that? They said it'd take about a week to get my results back. And it would have been a week, would have been Monday. I was hoping the motherfuckers would call me.
Results for
Wrong
what?
with my upper stomach.
Oh, your upper stomach?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you had the GI. Yeah, that's right. You
Yeah.
had the upper.
They said they didn't see anything, but they took some biopsies. I don't know what the hell I have.
Well,
It's
what's
not like bad. I still eat and shit. Like I'm gonna eat these 2
well?
jalapeno pepper cheese sticks right now.
You're such a jerk. I'm having stomach issues. I'm gonna eat jalapeno
Oh, you know why?
cheese.
You know why I do it? Because it doesn't feel any better if I don't eat them, so I might as well eat them. Yeah, it's not like if I quit eating all this shit, it gets better. So fuck it, I'm just gonna eat them.
Well, it depends on what.
I'm gonna wash it down with the beer too.
Well, I've actually known people who've had like gastro bleeds for years, right? So get this, Tom, you wouldn't believe me, but it's happened. I'm not making this up. I've known people who've had like gastro bleeds, like in their intestines and everything, dealt with it for years, and then all of a sudden they stop bleeding and it like heals itself.
I
I
don't know.
I
I've
I'm
tried
not
everything. I've tried not
I'm
eating
not joking.
milk,
Yeah,
coffee, booze.
well, the people that I'm like, they don't they don't drink any alcohol. I don't know if that affects it or not, but
Yeah, yeah.
the people that I knew that went through it, no alcohol, but they didn't eat like good. They ate whatever they still felt like. It's not like they like stuck to this, you know, I can only eat bread and rice and bananas or whatever. They still ate pretty normal, like variety of foods. And then it just stopped bleeding. Like it was just weird. I
Mine's
don't
not bleeding. It's just like upset feeling.
well,
Oh, what the fuck it is?
try
It was worse. It's better. I heard eating
only
hot peppers is good for you.
I would just well, for the time being I would just stay away from anything to
I've tried all that fucking shit. I've tried like all the things that I look it up on the internet and like good causes.
yeah.
Nothing really worked.
Okay.
Milk,
Well,
beer,
okay.
fucking spicy shit.
Well, you know your body the best, so because I know like
Well, I
usually
fucking thought I did. I don't think what I'm eating's had anything to do with it. I don't know where
so
this. I think I got like H. pylori because they say it bothers you the most on an empty stomach.
do you have a lot of gas?
I did, but I don't anymore. Bloating.
Yeah,
It's
like
still like
bloating.
right here. My middle like feels like upset a lot.
Yeah, that might be a bacteria. Yeah, it could be a bacterial thing. So, but yeah, usually,
Well, it's not that either. I thought
well,
it was. They
yeah,
gave me
because
some of that stuff, to eat for a dinner. I didn't do shit. Dragging
the
some Benadryl.
antacids or whatever.
No, I think that alcohol does. Hey, Penny, it doesn't seem to like make it worse. I thought it did for a while.
I
Hope it
think,
gets down to the bottom of it.
well, I think alcohol isn't the worst thing you can put in your body, but it depends on what you have. So it depends on what you have. I mean, like, but you said you did try to change your diet for a little bit, right?
A lot. Yeah, I tried all of it. I tried like, stay away from tomatoes. All the shit they tell you to avoid. Coffee, alcohol.
And it didn't help.
No, fuck
Okay.
no.
All right.
I am better. I did take that aloe juice for a while. That helped. And this wild oregano. Well,
Well, I
that
don't.
helped.
People swear by another thing. It's called wheatgrass. Have you
Yeah, I
ever
used to eat
tried?
that in Chicago at a health club all the time.
Okay. Well, some people, man, I used to sell it, and people just, some
If it's so
people,
good though, why don't I see it more places anymore? I don't see it anywhere anymore.
I don't really see it in a lot of places either. But the people that did do it, like I tried it, like wheatgrass shots.
Yeah,
Like
I
I
like
mean,
it.
but you're
I
right.
mean,
I
it tastes
mean,
shitty enough to be good for you.
well, aloe is a very soothing thing. Aloe
No,
can
it worked. That
it,
shit's expensive.
it has even if you have you ever bought actual aloe leaves, like the real
No.
deal,
Uh-uh.
like they're expensive, but there's so many uses for them. Like you don't see a ton of people buying them because you can just go to a store and buy like aloe lotion. I mean, you could, you know.
See, Jeff said he remembers wheatgrass in like 1993. I was fucking with it in like 98.
People still buy it. People, it's still around. It's still, they still do. They still do it at places like health places and stuff.
These health places, I can't help it. These fuckers always seem like they're a card short.
I always, I mean, I always. So
They're just fucking weird.
Yeah, like I never totally bought into like everything. So,
You know,
I
they're
mean,
these pink-haired fucking tarot card and reading motherfuckers,
if you
lesbians.
if you if your best bet is to like
Best bet's a Jew internal medicine doctor.
or just take your vitamin D pills.
Yeah, I've been taking more vitamin D. I am feeling a little better. I started taking an antidepressant, a new one, 2 days ago. You know, it has pepped me up a little bit.
Yeah, well, usually it takes about a couple weeks before you really.
They say that, but I'm telling you, you won't believe this, but I could feel that motherfucker 20 minutes later. I shit you not. I tell you, man, I hope I get to like, the problem with doing brain analysis is they're always dead. Nobody's fucking around with the damn brain while somebody's alive. But I wish they would go into my damn brain someday. Like if they said I had like 2 months to live, I'd say just go in there and fuck around. Good luck.
Well, they can do brain scans.
No, but not that. I want them to go in there and like figure out what, they did it with Einstein too. They said his brain just looked like everybody else's. I want him to go in there and figure out what caused this goddamn train wreck.
They go in there. We'll just snip this.
I mean, I do think my brain's fucked up. I shit you not, man.
Well,
I mean, I got lucky, like in some aspects, but it's not all like being like good. But mostly it has. I mean, I think it could have been like a way worse. I don't know, like how I think this crazy shit. Like my attitudes about like, how they like do these brain stimulations. They get motherfucker laughing at jokes, then they put it in another part of his brain. Nothing's funny. I mean, if they got in there and they really could like map my brain, I would love to like know like why I like porn so much and why I like get obsessed with like clouds and like birds and like I read this crazy shit.
Well, I had
constantly, man. I buy books like a fucking lunatic.
I had a panic attack on the panel the other night when it was lightning. We had a really bad lightning storm.
When you were here?
Yeah, I was on the panel when Robin was on the panel. It was a couple.
Oh, you had a panic attack?
Yeah, I literally freaked out for like 10 minutes because it was bad. A storm came through.
See, that shit excites me. It's another fucked up thing in my brain.
That's how my mother's the same way. Like she'll be like, here I am, like freaking, I don't know, for some reason all I see is danger with lightning. I don't like lightning. And
no, see, I like it. Envelope likes all that power shit too.
Yeah, my mom's the same way. She'll be like, oh, let's go sit outside and watch this. I'm like, okay.
No, that's how I am.
You can do that.
I want to get something like I can like I want to like get like a hay trailer and like put a screen thing and a lazy boy chair in it and just tow it back there near the pond and just like when like we get storms, I just want to go back there and like sit in this lazy boy chair in this big square screened in box and just have a cooler and drink dragon's milks while it's like stormy.
You guys, who wants to go on a camping trip? You guys, we'll get together. We'll go on a camping trip. We'll bring a compass and stuff so that we don't get lost. Okay, we'll have drinking rules.
It's fun, man. And I really like it. I'm gonna. I got to get in my new house, man. I think I'm like a better frame of mind. I think he'll never tell you this, but I think he wants to like get my ass out of here so bad. He'd never tell you that though. And his wife wouldn't either, but I'm reading the writing because she wants to take my bedroom and like make it an office, put her computer. And I'm just like, here, I got a brand new house and I'm not even like doing an hour a week of work. It's fucking nuts. I know it's nuts. I mean, I'm aware of my things. I've like tried hiring a couple fuckers. I got a lot of science books. Like they can't read the titles. And it's just, it doesn't, when you don't like something, you can find all sorts of reasons to not do it. And that's like where I'm at now. I need to like get somebody to like help me do this. I'm going to pay him too. I just haven't got hooked up. If I was in like a normal place, I could do this, but I'm not. Like I'm out in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's like, I'm just like, gotta get in that damn house. Like it's weird. I should be like so like happy I'm moving into a new house. And it's not that I'm not happy. It's just like I'm kind of indifferent.
Get your butt in that new house. Freaking Marty's sick of your ass. Come on.
Yeah, he'd never say like, hey, look, I've been very patient about this. You need to get the fuck out of here. Neither would she, but I know that like they want me to. And I still can't do it. That's the definition of like a major fucking mental problem. You know what I mean? It is. These are the kind of things that are legitimate problems. There's no reason shouldn't be in the house. Well, there is. I got like a mental fucking quandary going on. I'm not like trying to piss people off.
Tom's going to have somebody pick him up, and he's going to have to move to another place.
It's not that. I know it is weight on my shoulders, but I think that's another facet to the issue. It doesn't bother me that much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't like, fear and anxiety could motivate you. For me, it's like, fuck it, man. They even offered to like pay to have it all done. That's how bad they want me out of here. But I don't want like people touching my stuff. I know I should fucking do it. I know I should.
Well, is everything else at the new house? So you just have to move everything.
Yeah, it is. It has been. I knew this was coming. I did the same thing with getting my stuff out of Michigan. I should have been out of there 2 years ago. Yeah, I know, JMO. I know. I know all this.
So tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to try it tomorrow. I'm going to try.
We want to see.
I can. That's why I started taking these antidepressants because, I'm like getting desperate to like do this. If I was like in like West Branch, I could do it. I could have people just help me. But I just like, God, it's such a fucking pain in the ass putting these books on these shelves and shit. And it's like, fuck.
Well, I'll get on your.
Just hate it so goddamn much.
Hey, everybody, make sure you text Tom tomorrow at like 8 a.m. and tell him to get his butt over.
I'll be sleeping.
Do a tutorial. Do like a tutorial, like, oh, here's my books.
No, you know what I think saves me, to be honest with you? They do fucked up shit like this too. Like along these lines, only not quite the same. So they identify with me, even though they want me out of here. It's nothing to do with like, they're not fucking and shit because I'm here. It's not any of that shit. It's just, I know that I'm like.
We'll get Rita to come out here and put a fire in your ass.
Yeah, believe me, this is a problem. Not like huge problem, but it's a problem. There's gonna be a problem. And I'm hoping, like, that's why I started taking these antidepressants. Like, fuck, man, I gotta like, maybe I'm fucking depressed and shit. Fuck, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I go like drink coffees, read books, go get Indian dinners, go to Barnes and Noble. If I can do that, why can't I move in my house? Yeah, you fucking tell me. Fuck, I don't know. I was the same way of getting out of Michigan. I should have sold that place 2 years ago. Instead, I paid taxes, utilities, because one excuse after another, this, that, this. And luckily, I found like a young couple needed a break. And I don't mind. It's the same fucking shit with putting the fucking water spigot out so the people that ride horses can get their horses water. That's part of the reason.
Tom, you were supposed to be in this house by October.
Yeah, but it just got finished 2 months ago.
Oh.
But see, he actually did me a favor in a fucked up way. It's supposed to be done in September, actually. He actually did me a favor because I blamed it on him. I knew deep down, like, oh, fuck yes, guys. You know, not doing this. And you know how this shit goes, you guys. And, you know, you get in this mental fucking, you know, it's like any other. This is a problem. It's not life or death. It isn't financial. It's just like a problem.
What is?
Getting into this house. It's not that I don't want to. I'm just like, I mean, if you ask me why I'm not over there, I say it's like lazy, which is probably the closest accurate answer.
Yeah, come on. Everyone wants to come over to your new house to
Wish they
party.
fucking would, man. Wish I could know somebody on here to come over and just pay them and help me and like do it. You know, I had a couple guys who are fucking stupid. They can't read. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta fucking do it though. Yeah, complacency. Yeah, I have all my shit in the garage, but you know, I gotta like, my room's filled with like shit here, more books. I gotta like fucking, I'm hoping tomorrow I'm gonna just, I'm hoping like now the latest thing is, well, I'll let these antidepressants get going. And, you know, I'll like start tomorrow.
What about all the stuff? Don't you miss some of the stuff though? Some of your stuff, like,
No,
get settled.
I don't give a fuck about it. I mean, if I did, I'd be over there. It's not like, I will do it, I hope, but it's not looking good. It's a weird thing than procrastination. I just like, now I know why some people like don't like house cleaning or they're late for work all the time. I'm not like that. I can't really, man. I wish I could. The funny thing about it is, like, if you guys said, hey, you had my problem, I would say, okay, well, why don't you let me come down here and get a hotel for 10 days? I'll help you. Because I know what it's like it's easier to do things for other people sometimes than it is for yourself.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Always tomorrow, yeah. I'm hoping I start it tomorrow. God damn it. If I didn't have all these fucking books, it'd be a lot easier.
Who's gonna go and help?
Hey, another thing is, I got so many damn books and shit. And, you know, I'm afraid I'm not going to get them like organized like I want right from the beginning. So it isn't like I see in the future like everything like I want it. I think that's part of it. That even after they're all on the shelves, it's still fucked up. You know? I'm going to fucking try tomorrow, I hope. I hope I'm going to do it. I just like promise myself. You know, but I've done this about 100 times before. I get up and I think, this is how I do it. I get up and I think, oh yeah, it's like I'll go over there and fuck with this. And then I think, nah, I better go get a coffee, smoke my coffee. Then I go get a coffee and I read for a couple hours. And then by that time it's lunch. And then it's late.
Let's see, Tom, you got a blessing in life, and that was that you were able to build a beautiful house, and
Oh, I know.
you need to get excited about it.
Yeah. But life doesn't work that way. It's no different than being like a pervert or an arsonist or a great artist. It's just like your mind and the way it works. Fuck, I don't know. I mean, and then I think, well, I'm older. Fuck, I wish I could tell you.
Tom needs somebody. Hey, everybody in the chat, whoever's in the Georgia area. You think you could help a man out and get his stuff over to his house?
Yeah, I mean, I've totally run out of reasons to. I wish I could explain it better. It's like, you pin people down when, you get painted into a corner. It's like, well, why did you do this? Fuck, they don't know. That's true. It's like, I can't really, I can give you reasons why I think I don't know. I think I just hate it so bad.
You have a beautiful house. It's so beautiful there,
Yeah, I know, but I guess that doesn't mean that much to me. I haven't spent one night over there. I bet my electric bill's like $2. I go in there, it's like nice and all this shit. It's just like it seems like it don't make in like good headway.
Hey, does anybody in the chat want to take a vacation to the middle of nowhere, Georgia? Tom will let
Come
you.
down
Tom
here, I'll
has a
pay you.
house.
I'll pay you.
He'll
I
run
don't
all
have
the
any
stuff.
quality help down here, which I really don't. I shouldn't need. Here's another excuse I use. So it's 15-foot ceilings. And you saw the shelving I put, and I've stacked the books by subject matter in piles. Because when you get in there, first of all, you got to get on a big ass fucking ladder, and somebody's got to be on the ladder to stack the books in the shelves. You can't reach them from the ground. So this takes forever. And it's like, then I think I don't want somebody falling on the ladder. And I tried it, like people handing me books. Like I can only take 3 hours of that shit, man. Standing on this motherfucker. Like standing on this ladder. Like I'm older. I don't know if that, I mean.
We'll send Anthony out there to help you out.
Yeah, he could do it.
Where's Anthony?
No, but I could probably do it. If I had somebody here really help me, I could do it in 2 days probably. Somebody because when you got somebody down here that's staying here, you're not gonna. I think that might be enough of an incentive to do it, because what are you gonna just do? It's like, well, I mean, I need pressure turned up some weird way. Yeah. I mean, they do. I think what's kept me from really being in the fire is that they're kind of like this too in certain ways. Antique collectors and going to do this and going to do that. And I'll tell you this: I'm not bragging, but if it wasn't for me down here, this place wouldn't look like that. I mean, they hate doing this shit like I hate moving in, and I don't mind it as long as it's set up like my way. I don't want people fucking around with the way I got this set up. I got it fucking down now. And I hate doing that kind of work, but not after I have it set up my way. Like if you look at it, it's nice. I got the tractors this way. I got this, that. Honestly, when you look here, everybody says, wow, this place really looks great. Well, it's because I got it streamlined. Nothing ever gets out of the box. It's just fucking right. I don't want to people fucking around with it. And it's not that really long, tell you the truth. like maybe once you get it set up and like, 2.5 hours a week tops, that's nothing. But it took a long time to like get to there. And the only thing that motivated me to be there is like, I don't want to go into a clusterfuck every time I got to do something here. I don't want to pick up 10,000 rocks. I don't want to cut the grass and like have fucking shit growing all over. Still looks like shit. So I got it down to like a science, like good. And now that I feel good about. I'm motivated. I want to keep it like that. I don't want to go away for 2 weeks at a time and come back to like, what the fuck? Start all over again. Now that, as much as I normally hate it, now that I got it like that way, it motivates me to keep it that way.
Yeah.
I don't want like people like fooling with that shit. Just stay out of the way. Everything looks great. I got everything like down. I mean, 2.5 hours, that's nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I got it fucking, there's nothing like, and that is like kind of surprised me really, because I'm not really like that. I've lived in condos and I don't like fucking doing that kind of shit. But here I got it like down. I mean, he asked me, I didn't have to do any of that here. But, guy's going to help you out. You're trying to get out of there. You're fucking crazy. You need a good distraction. Have me down there. How many people would do that with a wife's blessing? And the wife's kind of like anal about stuff. Marty's not. She says, man, this place really looks great. It's like, it must take forever. Well, you know what? It really doesn't. It takes about 2.5 hours a week. That's it. But I'm like, oddly enough, if you'd have asked me prior to coming down here, do you think you would like do something like this or move into a house? It's like, oh, definitely move into a house for sure. I hate doing shit like that. Well, wrong. I'm doing shit like that, and now I can't get myself to move into a house. It's fucking nuts. I don't know why. Crazy. It's nuts. The human mind, who knows why you fucking do what you do.
We'll have some people come down there and have a party in your house. It'll get you over there.
Yeah, I do it.
Like,
I do it. Yeah, we will have a fucking party. I need to get in there. And I need to have someone with like a little bit of a brain. It's not like all like, I mean, I had people here that I probably overpay, but they're picking up the wrong bucks. And it's fucking pissing me off. I'm paying them a premium, and it's like, but like I said, when you don't like something, that's easy to sabotage it. You know what I mean? I know people like this that don't like, cleaning houses. And I know about this. I'm aware of the problem. I should just like pay to have people, but I'd have to need to like hire a Barnes and Noble person to come in here and like organize this like you do at Barnes and Noble. I've already paid to have the shit loaded in Michigan, unloaded when I got here 3 times. It's like a lot of bullshit. Then once I get in there, I gotta like move all the shit out of this room. Just a single room, no big deal. Shouldn't be, right? And then they want to like put what's in this garage into my garage, which shouldn't be any problem. It's not that much. It's fucking huge. It's like 2,800 foot garage or some shit like that. All nice, polished concrete. So it's like, and then I think, shit, man, I can't even get in there. Plus this extra shit. Fucking crazy.
Just do it.
Yeah, just do it. Yeah, easier said than done. Oh, well, I'll get in there. I'm hoping tomorrow. Yes, help some. Yeah, it's true. I haven't ordered them like I used to, though. I still buy books. I want to know this shit. I mean, I admit I have a screw loose in some aspects. I know my strong points and I know my weak points, and this is like a major fucking weak point. I mean, I could have like been half retarded and been in there, but it wouldn't have been worth the trade-off. You know, like these fuckers that do like grunt labor their whole life, 60 hours a week, and they're like happy. I mean, you know, there's give and take on this stuff, you know. I think the thing is like I never go over there and like spend time and think, wow, I've really put a dent in this. This would be like sending me down to fucking Miami after a hurricane came through, and it's like, well, get moving. You know, shit in like 2,000 yards. Of course, it's not like that, but you follow my train of thought. Like, I'm anal about certain things, like being on time and appointments. And like, if I was a PI and you hired me, you'd love me. I mean, I didn't think anybody could compete with me as far as like, no fucking around here, man. I got that, and it was off to the races. It was no fucking off. But when it comes to this kind of shit, like I'm like a real loser. You know? Follow me? What, you got a skylight?
Yeah,
Does it leak?
not yet, but it's
good
getting
answer.
it's getting to the point where I'm gonna have to get it changed. But
You know, this
yeah.
guy that built my house, I know better. I have one in Michigan, but it isn't like these torrential rains we got down here. And I asked him about skylights. He said he covers more of them up than he puts in.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you have them. It's a great idea, but the reality of them long term. Yeah. Was that like that when you bought the house?
Yeah, but we put a lot of money into this house. So I mean, we we put new carpeting, new paint. The bathroom we totally redid everything in the bathroom. What else did we do? We put a good amount. We redid some of the windows. We tore down the deck and put a patio. Just a bunch of stuff. We redid the basement, put ceilings on, ceiling in the basement. It's totally finished. Yeah, you gotta put like, even when you buy a house, you're supposed to, make sure you have money to make it how you want it.
Yeah, I had my place redone before I moved in West Branch. This has been like a long. I wasn't really that into it there either. I couldn't even paint one room in West Branch. No kidding.
You just have to have your
Paint.
team. You have to have your team come down there. You can have Stephanie, a whole bunch of people, and help you out.
Yeah, I just need like one person that could like just do it. You know, it's like I'd pay good too. I'm not like trying to get people to do it for free, you know. You know, here I am like not doing this and out shopping for meat for vultures. Crazy. I'll get in that motherfucker. I'm hoping tomorrow's going to be a good day. I hope I do. Because I am feeling better because I took this, maybe placebo, but I don't think so. They say take this shit in the morning or you get like some people can't fall asleep. And I did feel like more, plus I've been taking more vitamin D. I mean, I'm trying to like, you could hold a fucking shotgun to my head a week ago and you could offer me $1 million to move in there and I wouldn't have done it. This isn't just like some like I'm on the fence shit. It was like I ain't fucking doing it. I mean, I want to do it. I say that I do it, but I say to Marty, you'll never know with him. You'll never know with him. I say, hey, I know this is like a fucking problem, man. I apologize for it. He said, oh, you don't need to apologize.
Marty's sick of hearing you up all night talking.
No, he's like the easiest going motherfucker you'll ever meet in your life. No, he'll come out here like now. Like I'll be up at 3 a.m. He said he'll be like in there watching TV. He'll ask me if the TV's too loud. Shit like that.
Brotherly love. Right?
Yeah. Fucking nuts. Well, it's a nice cool night here tonight, 63. I leave my windows open all the time. He doesn't. He doesn't. He's like different than me. He shuts his I don't know why. I don't say anything about it, but I like air coming through. You know, I love like hear the birds and stuff. You know, I love when it rains, and he's always shutting his. He like those new windows we got put in, those crank open windows on that back wall.
Mm-hmm.
He likes the light. That he can see shit better. Where I don't give a fuck about the light. Mine's open all the time. Then we got like ceiling fans, but like tonight, like I don't like really covers that much. And like if I like tonight, like it's too chilly. It's 63 to have a ceiling fan on. You'll get cold at night. So I'll just like won't do it. You know?
I've been to people's houses where their whole lighting.
It does, Lou. What's that? What'd you say, Michelle?
Oh, I've been to people's houses where it was just dim all the time. The lighting in their house.
Yeah. No, I like if you look at that's another fucking thing. I get that like Korean tops, you know, new kitchen, and I got these like hanging down fucking lights like that hang over it. I haven't even bought I got these fucking bulbs in there. It looks like an airplane landing. I don't even have the right bulbs in there. Like you'd need sunglasses to eat at the counter. It's nuts, man. Like I have like zero. I've been that way before. You go to Home Depot, you want this, that, you want to get it all set up. Yeah, I don't really like give a fuck. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. I mean, it's not that big a deal, man. It's like this is what I see as a possibility that I hope doesn't happen. It's like, well, just hire some fucking company, man. Just do as good as they can. Here's 10 grand. Just go fucking do it. And I'm going to be pissed off at everything they did, but it'll be done.
If you want to pay me 10 grand, I'll come do it, Tom.
No, seriously. It's just like, yeah, it's just like it's heading that way. You know? Oh, damp. Oh, it is? You really, it's damp there, huh? See, if it's like damp and like there's like about a 2-month period here where it's dry. You know, it's like your skin gets dry, but like now it's like not. It's like beautiful, man. You're just like perfect temperature to be in bed. Like just lay there. It's like so. This place is like so great. I hope I just like die here. It's like no noise. Like you go out now, you think you're in a fucking planetarium. Swear to God, you look up, it looks like you're like it's a Disney movie on space. Wake up, beautiful birds, green everywhere. No noise, no sirens, no horn beeping. Yeah. Nice. I almost went back to Michigan when I first got down there after about 3 months. It's like fucking hot. It's like, God damn, man. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I didn't really want to go back there. And And then I just hung it out, and then I finally got. And I didn't want to go to Hilton Head anymore. I hate that fucking place. That place sucks. I hope I never go there again in my life. I don't like one thing about it. I don't like the water. I don't like the sand. I don't like the fucking traffic. I don't like one thing about it. Yeah, he's a really good guy, Marty. Yeah. No, I just don't. I don't like it. I just like fucking around here. I do like fucking around here. I do. Like, I feel like I'm so lucky to be able to like fuck around with these vultures. I mean, a guy like me, I know most people think it's like nuts. They say, oh, I don't even tell people because vultures, fucking like, but to me, it's like, I really enjoy it. I feel so like lucky to be able to like see vultures this way and to like have them not be afraid of me and then walk up to them. And I think I'm about a year away from hand feeding them and to see the babies. And it's like, to me, this is like, wow. But this is part of like, you have the bad parts, being able to move into your house, but you have the good parts on things like, really, man, I feel like I'm like super privileged and lucky to like get to like bond with vultures like this. Really, it's like a big deal to me. I love everything about them. I love the way they look. I love the great parenting they do. I love the way they fly. I love doing this. I love everything about it. I love it. I would pay for it. And what I love about it too is that I know that like people don't really like it that much. And that's where I think I get rewarded with conflict. People say, oh, you're doing this, doing that. It's like, hey, look, man, you better shut your ass up. They're good stewards. They keep the roads clean. They're great parents. There's zero negative about vultures. Nothing. They make them look like Halloween death bullshit. I guess there's places where they may be killing things here or there, but it's nothing in the whole scheme of things. I'm so lucky to be able to get up in the morning, go out and have two giant raptors be at the front of the porch wanting something to eat that don't fly away from me. It's like so awesome, man. Well, I think the babies thing is like the babies now, they're doing their baby thing. I don't mind it. You see how they like try and peck me and shit when I go in there? I don't want them to be that way. I mean, I know how imprinting works, but the parents, like all this wildlife stuff is like, they're in a whole nother dimension of survival. Like, it's just if you could be like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos and you could not make a new species of vultures. I mean, I'm lucky to be at the end of like thousands of years of these birds being this way. I like it so much. I really do. I do. Yeah, but yeah, they're doing their fucking thing. It's the same way I feel the same way with venomous snakes. If I get bit by a timber rattler or a copperhead, all they're doing is being snakes. If I get bit, I'm not going to kill the snake that bites me. He doesn't know what's up. And they get villainized too. Oh, you like the vulture videos? Well, thank you. Yeah. But, it's like, it's, the way YouTube is, like, if you're got a good body and your pussy's hanging out of your bathing suit, you get like 10 million views, and you got something that is playing an instrumental part in the ecosystem, and you get like no views. Now, I'm not really into views, but it's a good indicator of what people are interested in, and they don't like it. To me, I think like sunrises, sunsets, it's like with birds in the background and no ambient noise from like trains. It's like, this is like awesome, man. You see these bullshit videos on YouTube, fake electric sounds, looping at fucking 10 million views. Mine are no looping, no fake sounds. And those fuckers like hide my videos from people watching them. Bunch of bullshit, man. I do get mad about that. Because not that it doesn't have anything to do with the view thing or the subscriber thing. It has to do with what they consider important. Same with the bees. Same with the bees. Bees have healed the same way. Like the bees too. I'm going to get into the bees a lot better. But I'm not doing anything to like exploit them. I'm not. I mean, I love fucking around genetics, and I have a lot of books about it that interest me, and gene expression. And I would love, like last night, just for the fuck of it, I was looking on there and thinking about, you know, like maybe breeding guppies, like high-end guppies, but I just can't do that to a fish, even a low IQ fish, and putting them in a tank like that. I can't do that. I like hyacinth macaws. They're like 50 grand for a breeding pair. If somebody got a hold of me and said, hey, look, these hyacinths are in trouble, there's not many of them in the wild, would you be interested in breeding them and giving them? Fuck yeah, I would, big time. Yes, but I would not be interested in breeding them and selling them to people as pets. I wanted to get into leeches used for medicinal purposes on burn patients. Then I found out that you had to kill the leeches after they did what they did for people because they were considered a toxic medical waste. Yeah, fuck that. Even a leech does something like that, benefits human health. And then you kill it? What are you doing? Yeah. I really like, I'm not like an eco warrior, like crazy fucker. I could be though. But I want to do like something like good, you know, like benefits. I'm telling you, I'm helping these vultures. I think I am. As good as I can. And they're good. I think they are. I've thought of all sorts of shit. I don't want to fuck around like non-indigenous plants. I don't want to grow trees and fucking cut them down for paper. Yeah, I'm a total loner, big time. Big time. These birds too. You know, even science. You look at black vultures. I'll tell you what I found out at. You know, Cornell's big in. That's a college it costs. You got to be rich to go to. They got a big ornithology program on birds. And I realized that, you know, donate, join this, join that. And I tried to get a hold of those motherfuckers, which is impossible. And I realized that they're kind of like St. Jude. A lot of good, but not everything. So I'm just going to do my own fucking thing. You know what I mean? Even in science, like these black vultures, they don't get like much attention. But you take a fucking pileated woodpecker or let's see, what's another good example? Some pretty beautiful songbird. There's whole books on them. It's Jim Morrison poetry. I'm really interested in that. Mainly because I want to verify that, well, I guess first, he wrote those songs and I just want to connect his poetry to his lyrics, you know what I mean? Oh, starting up conversations. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, but happy's a moving target. Yeah, I don't want to. Like now, I posted signs around here. Yeah, I like Kurt Cobain. I think he was a good guy. I posted signs that you can't get like sue me now for your horses riding here. I let people ride horses. I see ride their horses down the road. Here you like riding horses, right? But like property is expensive. So you go to this state park and then the trail leads you to a dirt road. So I go up to these people all the time. And I said, hey, look, I put a thing in where the horses can like drink water and you can go down the pond, you can swim them. And they just can't believe it. I think it's sad that you like drive 200 miles and go through all this bullshit of loading up these horses and all you got to ride on is a fucking dirt road. I try and like help them. Yeah, Kurt Cobain. Yeah, that was another guy. And I think he was a good guy, though. I really like Kurt Cobain. You know who I think's bullshit, though? I mean, a total fraud. Fucking that motherfucker, the drummer, Dave Grohl. I think he's the biggest phony that ever lived. Yeah, that's true. But but when you go and you look at the reality, that's 20 years ago. They don't use them that much anymore. And on the maggots and the leeches both, they want to kill them. They want to dispose of them as medical waste after they did their job. I'm not doing that. No way. Not doing it. It wasn't that far away. Like he said, no, 20 years ago, they were doing it a lot. But, they've had new medicines, new procedures, that kind of thing. But even something as a leech or a maggot, I'm not fucking them over that way from doing a good deed. Not doing it. I don't want to raise crickets to get used as fish bait and that kind of stuff. So when you think of these things, it doesn't take long to come up to a brick wall, Oh, enter with those off-grid communities. There's not too many of those. In a lot of places in the States, it's illegal to be off-grid. They don't allow it. Like Grand Traverse County up in Michigan. Can't do it anymore. You can't. I taught some adult illiteracy classes. No, they're medicinal leeches. They're a certain kind. I think it's pretty fascinating. It's just another way of exploiting like Mother Nature. I can't do that. Same with bees, man. I tell you, you'll never meet a bigger bunch of bullshitters in your life than beekeepers. No, that's exactly right. Yeah, but they just don't do it that much anymore, Jeff. I would do it. And even if they did it, I'm not killing maggots or leeches after a good deed. Now, if they said, well, hey, look, you get them, take them home, we don't give a fuck what you do with them, I'd be happy to do it. Oh, wow, Blue. Huh. What I have been thinking about doing lately is catching these goddamn, be putting my website up so I can come get like venomous snakes. Just get the right shit. Like that long pole with the thing on the end of it and just like keep these snakes from getting killed. It's not right. Your chance of getting bit by a venomous snake is so low to begin with anyway. They're just like doing their thing. No kidding, Blue. Wow. It's crazy. Really? They get on you that quick, huh? I would like to fool around with hybrid queen breeding bees, but I know what would happen with that. It'd just be a bunch of fucking beekeepers buying them. Oh, Georgia's great. Great down here. Yeah, I did it before. But it's just going to be used by beekeepers, which I don't have a high regard for. Yeah, Penny's in a good state for Texas is still, that crazy ass fucking state. I mean, they're still fucking executing people and fucking not giving like poor broke Mexicans water when they're trying to get to a better lifestyle and still skinning fucking rattlesnakes at festivals. That state sucks. I'd never live in that fucking place. Yeah, you got a lot of snakes. But snakes are important to environment. I never thought I'd be this way, to tell you the truth. Sound like a fucking hermaphrodite sticking up for Mother Nature. But it's like these people are just so goddamn ignorant. Yeah, Texas is fucking huge, big time. You would hate it there, Jeff. None. I fucking looked my ass off too. Copperheads and timber rattlesnakes are here. I look all over. I don't even see them dead run over in the road anymore. They're down around here. Now, where I live, honestly, it's not an ideal habitat, which is why I never see them. They're down here, but they prefer other places. I don't like the mountains. It costs you too much daylight, half-inch of snow, everything stops. Ocean, I don't want to live there either. No, I never saw that. When I did that home tour over in Washington, a lady that lived in Tucson told me that you've never seen anything as beautiful as spring in the desert. And it never really occurred to me. And I bet she's right. So I got to try and catch spring in the desert next year. Yeah, I want to do that. The flowering cactus. What part, Penny? I would never live in Arizona or Texas. No way. New Mexico either. I don't like that dry, rocky bullshit. I like green, Oh, for school. Okay. Huh. This winter I'm going to chase a good blizzard somewhere, I hope. I'll go wherever I have to. I'm thinking about going to Truckee, California. That's where they got that crazy ass snow this winter, but I might just stick with Minot, North Dakota. Yeah. Sucks. Really, Penny? Oh, the green is fucking crazy. Yeah, it is. Isn't that nuts, man? Just those like videos I show you to going to get a coffee and stuff. And these fucking weird texts. Can't open. What's this motherfucker saying? I've been getting a lot of weird emails from people. Yeah, people send me emails all the time about getting unsubscribed. Telling you, man, I'm on their fucking hit list. I don't care though. I mean, I'd miss being on here, but I just move on. Denver, it used to be awesome. It's not anymore. Colonial Avenue, I think they call it. Pollution, crime, fucking nuts. Huh. Yeah, that's crazy. Texas sucks. Bunch of old desolate, dry, broiler, tumbleweed. I've been out there a lot, Denver, maybe 15 times. I bought a microscope one time in downtown Denver. Yeah, Rocky Mountain National Park's cool, but if you like mountains, go up to Glacier National Park. Or go up to the Canadian Rockies up around Banff. Yeah, there you go. Blue summed it up. Overcrowded, overpriced, raping the land, build more housing. Yeah. No, I don't like Texas. I don't like the ocean that much. It eats away your curtains right off the rod. I mean, I like visiting it, but I won't want to live there. Every shitbag in the world walks by your house on the beach. No, isn't that funny, huh? I'm the same way, Blue. Robs you out of too much daylight. Tumbleweed. I still think it sucks. There's no way I'm going to live there. No, that's true, yeah. You don't use salt, you use sand. That's why. We'll be dead in 20 years, thank God, Blue. We don't need to worry about it anymore. $61 now. Cold now here. Yeah, I'd like to, I haven't been to Austin. I'd like to go there, though. Just check it out. Go to Antler, North Dakota. Look that up. Go look up Antler, North Dakota. That's my type of vacation. Yeah, it's cool. No way. Yeah, magnesium chloride. Yep. That's it. Man, I never thought I'd live long enough to see him fuck up Denver. Yeah, I think Austin's probably cool. They have a lot of like music, good like barbecue, college, you know. Yeah, that's cool. No, where you're at, that's right, Penny. Yeah. I don't like the desert. Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I think the mountain. It'd be cool in the summer. No, I know. I went to Holbrook, Arizona, and then cut down through Texas on the way home. Fuck that. It's too hot. It's hot here, but not like that shit. You say it's a dry heat. Yeah, so what? Still hot. You know, when I went out to Holbrook, Arizona to inventory that uh, petrified wood, it was fucking hotter than a motherfucker. Like 105. Then I drove to Natchez, Mississippi. And it was 100. And both were miserable. One was dry, one was super humid. I say, fuck that place. No, I'm the same way, Blue. Yeah, right. Yeah. Have you read these stories on the internet of these crazy fucking tourists doing this stupid shit all day long in Yellowstone, fucking with these buffaloes and walking around these hot springs and fucking putting their finger in there and burning it? I mean, they're just dealing with idiots now. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, no, I agree, Blue. Yeah. Go on YouTube and look where they let those bears out in Glacier National Park, Montana. And most of them, they opened the lid and the fucker took off, got the fuck out of there. One of them got out of there, went around, tried to fuck up that driver in the truck. Yeah, go to Georgia. You'd like Georgia. No, Missouri sucks. Colorado sucks. Yeah, no, it's a good way of looking at it, Blue. At your age, yeah, my age too. You're right. Might as well stay there. Yeah, that's it. Really, Blue? Where would that be? How do you get to go to a park at 2 a.m? Puerto Rico, crazy crime. Crazy crime. Would you really, Blue? You go back there? How do you get to be in a park at 2 a.m. with alligators? You're lucky. It's getting cold tonight. Wow. Oh, you're lucky. '40s, no kidding. Wow. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's my attitude. Fuck it. Are you 45? Wow. Huh. Yeah, it is. Yeah. No shit. And you could still get nailed with it. Can you get nailed with a snowstorm this late, Blue? Yeah, I believe that, Jeff. Heavy snow, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. She really gets into it, doesn't she? I know it. Oh, really? Mother's Day. When is that? Oh, really? Huh. No, she's just getting a little older, you know. Oh, wow. Good night, Jeff. Have a good day tomorrow. Want to go pee-pees? You want to go pee-pee on? You want to go pee-pees? Want to go pee-pee? You want to go pee-pees? You good girl. Well, you guys, I think I'm going to go to Betty by myself. You guys have a good night tonight. Good day tomorrow. We'll party some more. Blue, Impulov, Jeff. I think Jeff's went to bed already. Dominic. Anybody else out there that hasn't talked? James. You guys party all night long. All right, Sharon. Yeah, have a good night. Have a good day tomorrow. Good night, Penny. Party on.